right, Alicia, one thing that's very notable, it appears that these three objects that have been shot down over the last 3 days all were able to penetrate U.S. airspace. They were not detected until they were already inside this country. That is very concerning for military officials. Of course, we heard from NORAD's commanding general, General Van Herk, who called it essentially a blind.
Right, so I'm just listening to something. Shout out, you know who you are, sent me the link. I've now got a fourth object. I'm just listening to this. 10:30 UK time. I don't know what time it is in America. On the Super Bowl. They got a Super Bowl event going on today as well. Oh, it's all bloody kicking off yet again. So it's man-made. Any object implying a UFO is man-made since 1947. Educate yourself to look and look at the evidence. The Nazis went over to America. They always had man-made objects. Was also a very demonic connection to this. Right. I'm just going to open another tab. Anything can happen. I mean, there's so much going on in the world. So I know I'm going to be blocked. It's begun. Prepare. If you're not already, spirit. Prepare your soul. Prepare the soul. Oh, it's just unprecedented. Over Lake Houghton, wherever that is. So they're showing a map of Canada, claiming they can't ban the objects because of the conditions of the weather over the moment. Second object down. So Saturday, third object shut down. Today, an object shut down. Good God.
I think part of the domain awareness gap, a little bit of Pentagonese there. But bottom line is it's a blind spot. But, not unlike the Super Bowl, what most of us about to watch this evening, what do teams, what do country adversaries look for? They look for these blind spots. They look to exploit. And that is what it appears to be happening.
Are they going to create a false flag event? Major. I mean, are they going to use this leading up to something bigger? So, right.
However, once again, just a word of caution. Top officials at the Pentagon, here at the White House, we heard from Canada's defense minister last night in Ottawa. She said we do not know the origin of any of these objects. The object shot down over Canada yesterday, the object just shot down over Lake Huron, and certainly that object shot down off the north coast of Alaska on Friday.
Lucas, what we don't know is driving the questions we have.
Hi, May.
Curiosity, our imagination.
I'm just checking them. I'm playing on them.
One thing that I'm doing my own research and looking at a report or an update from Jennifer Griff that is basically the idea that we have.
Right, let me go on my other channel. I'm playing that link that you sent me. Yeah, I've got that. I don't know which message you meant, but anyway, I'm playing the YouTube link. Let me just change channel. Right, I'm going to switch channels and that be Discord again. Right, let's go in Discord. Get the link up again.
The closet, the storage, and all that. And I digress, run on a little long. Just that this was a real target, a real contact in the sky. And
I'm in constant communication with NORCOM, and they have just advised me that they have confidence there is an object and is not an anomaly. I'm waiting now to receive visual confirmation. Our nation's security is my priority. Obviously, you've got
this could very well be that same object. We don't know. We do know that Senator John Tester this morning was pretty testy on CBS saying he thought an object was up there. He didn't buy the radar anomaly excuse from NORAD.
Lucas, we also have a tweet from Montana Congressman Matt Rosendale saying, I'm in constant communication with NORCOM, and they have just advised me that they have confidence there is an object and it's not an anomaly. I'm waiting now to receive visual confirmation. Our nation's security is my priority. Obviously, you've got congressmen from this region that are sounding the alarm. Their constituents, I know because I'm from the Midwest, I'm from South Dakota, their constituents probably are not very used to this kind of activity happening over their airspace. So my question for you is this. Is it now, because we saw this Chinese spy balloon last weekend was visible to the naked eye. Now we've got these other objects that may or may not be visible to the naked eye. What is the likelihood that there have been objects like this flying over our airspace, penetrating our airspace for a long time, and now the American government is just on high alert for these kind of objects?
Well, I think there's no question. By the way, that tweet by Congressman Rosedale, he was obviously very fired up and was not buying that statement from NORAD last night. They called this a radar anomaly, seemingly a false alarm. He was very convinced, based on conversations he had been having with officials, that this was a real target, a real contact in the sky. And it appears it's the same contact that now headed east, that he was correct. Back to what you're saying, Tommy, about spotting these on radar.
Aliens supporting angels.
And I've been told we have sound from Senator Tester. Let's all have a listen.
The truth is that there was an anomaly, and they've investigated it. I think it got dark last night, so they couldn't fully check it out. What's gone on the last, 2 weeks or so, 10 days, has been nothing short of craziness. And the military needs to have a plan to not only determine what's out there, but determine the dangers that go with it.
Senator Tester was obviously a little fired up there, saying he was very convinced something in the sky. It's also notable, though, when he says it got dark out. I mean, that's just not how the U.S. military works. In fact, the U.S. military, it sometimes works best at night. Certainly, we're trying to get a visual ID. Of course, that's more challenging, but it's not like our pilots don't have nods and can't see at night. The U.S. military is an all-weather service, can see at any time. Just bottom line is, once again, this is the fourth time in 8 days the U.S. military shot down an object.
Fourth time, 8 days.
Tommy, going back to your question about why these aren't being spotted, I was thinking about it the other day, and I was thinking about a little analogy that it's almost like looking for emails in your inbox. I told you to look for some in your inbox. You just count it. You spend hours, maybe days, trying to find the word search, it's easier to find those emails. I think a very similar thing right now going with the radar picture. Right now, the Pentagon has collected a lot of data from these objects, from that giant Chinese spy craft. And they've gone back into those systems because, of course, all this radar data is stored, just like civilian satellite companies like Planet or Maxar. They keep all that stuff. They have to. The Pentagon's the same way, NORAD. So what they're doing is going back in time and seeing, do we think we ever heard or saw this? That's where it's coming from. That's why when they said this happened during the Trump administration, you heard from when these North Korean missiles go up within seconds, minutes, you're getting those statements out of the Pentagon. You know what class is it? KN-23, KN-24. I don't want to get in the weeds of North Korean ballistic missiles here, but that's.
Wow. Okay.
Biden's Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin, his Canadian counterpart. Otherwise.
So they imply initially Chinese spacecraft, but other people are commenting and saying. Why is nobody asking that fleet of unidentified objects that were seen by the International Space Station heading towards Antarctica? Why is nobody saying anything about Chinese warships and Russia and one that were around Alaska? We are being mapped. No doubt all our institutions and bunkers and silos or something. We know. We need to know. what and by whom. I'm just reading these comments on the chat. Let's have a look. Balloons will be used to transport EMPs, according to experts. Wow. Right. I'm going into, okay, reference TikTok, mate. Okay. Got that message. Going to the next one. Oh my gosh. Now China's jumping in on the trend, apparently. That's all. Authorities in China say they have spotted an attack. What? In China also now? Okay. Thank you, Mike, for the link.
Send money with remittances
This
to
is
your loved ones back home.
4 hours ago.
One in 7 children does not have enough food to lead a healthy and active life.
Oh, my legs are killing me.
But
This is Tapu 7. We have breaking news here as a NOTAM has been issued for parts of Lake Michigan. A lot of people speculating that this is connected to these mystery objects that have been
Oh, my
floating
legs
around the
hurt.
United States. Apparently balloons. Chuck Schumer came on national television earlier and admitted at least that much instead of just saying high altitude objects. Now, there's something else that seems to be going on over Lake Michigan.
Thought so.
This could be connected to the same type of objects and how they would have got all the way through Canada and all that airspace. We don't know, but last night there was another object that came into frame. They could not shoot it down because it was too dark. They had to wait till the sun came up where they could get eyes on it. That is absolutely ridiculous.
Exactly. They've got night vision.
World that strike us at night, send 1,000 balloons in at night, whatever it may be, they will not do anything. That is what the U.S. government, the Biden administration, has just telegraphed to the whole world. Now, this Matt Rosenthal says he is in constant communication with NORCOM, and they've advised him that there is an object, and it is not an anomaly that they're tracking, and he's waiting to get visual information.
I just knew it. I just knew it. This is the end of times, isn't it?
Over Lake Michigan.
Wow.
And we have China claiming that's tracking an unidentified object over Port City. There's scant details being given about this. But Bloomberg even speaking on this, saying that authorities are preparing to down the object. So there's just two levels. Of course, they tried to bait the word and the terminology UFO out there many times with this, and we know that it's not the classical UFO that people would think of.
No, it's not.
There's something going on here. They're
Yes,
showing
there
the
is.
whole world that the United
They're
States
desperately putting the hand.
is very weak and very slow at this point. All we can do, I guess, is say eyes to the skies. If you guys got cameras out there, get your cameras pointed to the skies. If you can capture
Project Blue Beam's getting ready for as
believe
well.
it or not, inside of that footage, there's going to be things that are caught that the human eye is not seeing. They are UAPs. Call them dragons. They're calling them phantoms now in the Ukraine. They are very real, and you can capture these things with the right technology. It's time that people start to realize what those. They're not always occupied by a life form. Some of these things are no bigger than 10 inches to a foot long, and they're zipping around all over the place. swarming. Helicopters, airliners, and the eye doesn't see them. It's very real.
They're
Bright
both
light of all
calling
gods,
demons
things
demonic.
around out there in the ether and in the atmosphere around us that the human eye is not picking up. Anyhow, a note 10. Overlay this mystery object now over Port City near China. I'll continue to update on Twitter and Instagram. Make sure to follow me there. It's critical. It's like a news feed for updates instantly. You want to know the newest stuff popping off. That's where you're going to find it. And join me for the live streams Monday and Friday night, 9 p.m. Eastern on Taku 777.
That's 4 hours ago.
Breaking all this down, censorship, and a whole lot. If you get any footage, let me know. Taku 7.
They're preparing for false flag. There's a lot of people saying that in the chats. Yeah, and some people saying they're preparing for the something to happen at the Super Bowl game. Could be. Yeah, other people saying they're preparing for the Project Bluebeam. There are a lot of people arcing up spiritually for the fake. Well, it's not falling. It's not aliens, is it? It's demonic. It's surprised. Okay. Yeah, definitely. The reptilian demonic entities. Wow. Wow, this is going to be interesting, isn't it? It's not like rumours of war and other disasters. You might think we should do something that we can be safe and survive. What Jesus told us to do is just sit at his feet and just like Mary. I'm just reading someone's chat in a scripture passage. And I give unto them eternal life, that they shall never perish, and never shall any man pluck them out of my hand, says Gospel John. Everything that's going on right now, Jesus sit at his side in his presence, at the safest place we can be. Have a blessed weekend. Wow. It's like in England, right? Active patriot. Friday and Saturday was 162 illegal immigrants coming to the boats across the Channel in England. 110 in 3 boats on Friday. 52 in 1 boat that was on Saturday. 2122 illegal immigrants, 2,120 across the Channel so far in this year. 48 boats. That's what one knows about. Today they continue to cross. Now, what are they preparing for? This has to start with travel thousands of miles to. There's other people commenting in this particular UK chat about why they're bringing in all these illegal immigrants into England who have not gone through proper channels, and yet in England the Home Office is paying every town and city, public servants, certain departments, councils to put them up in hotels and renting out houses and filling they're preparing. There's a lot of preparation going on behind the scenes, and it could be civil unrest, financial collapse as well. You have to create fear. Someone says in one of these chats, it's disgusted me that the politicians can wear a poppy on Remembrance Sunday, and yet they don't give a monkeys about men who died for the country, especially, and they quote political things I won't repeat here. And a lot of people defended the beaches on the landing days in England and surrounding areas, only for it to be invaded by illegal immigrants. You know, it's that's just one part of it. Yeah. Okay. Google News, bless his heart, also airspace shut down. You just heard that in the news piece. Wow. It's a Google News YouTube channel. I'm just going to read the chat. Biblical prophecies. People say, hearing Russian ships on East Coast while we are being distracted. Wouldn't be too surprised if it's more like China. Pretty sure you're talking about. Let's just get rid of this.
Again, it says that they shot down this thing. It says we'll know more about what this is in the coming days, but for now, be assured that all parties have been laser focused on it from the moment it traversed our waters. So things are flying over us all over the place. This is nuts. And then, get this, China spots unidentified object flying near Port City.
Hello,
China's
Empowered.
getting ready to take down an unidentified object spotted flying over the waters near the port city of Qingdao, the paper reported. At the development authority, Dow's Geo District said that relevant authorities are preparing to bring down the object. The employees were not informed on what that object was. The person said that fishermen in the area have been told to be careful of safety. The report added the U.S. and Canada brought down 3 high-altitude airborne objects this month, and I don't believe that that's actually old, including one Washington said that was deliberately by China for surveillance. Beijing countered that it was a harmless weather monitoring device.
It's all kicking off, innit? How are you? All the way down there. I've injured my leg. My right leg. I don't know if it's a fractured bone or what. So I'm laid up. And they haven't repaired my wheelchair properly, so I'm laid up. How are you doing there? Yeah, I'm just listening to Mo's given me a couple of links, and they found another fourth object. It's all kicking off. In America, it's a Super Bowl, isn't it? Night. And also, now China's jumping in the bandwagon. Bloody hell, what's the war coming to? So I've got to put some heating on, get a cup of tea, and I'll be back. Because I doubt this is not going away. How have you been? Still trying, yeah? Yeah, it's just, oh, I don't know. Every time I try and move my good leg, I can't put any weight on it. So, how long's it been now? Day 2. So I'm laid up, elevating it, ice pack. Well, not ice packs. I've got no ice cold thing on it, you know. It's got a lump on my tibia below a leg. Oh, I don't trust any bloody hospitals. Don't get anywhere anyway. Playing in the background. I'm getting radiation is strong. Is it? But you see, a lot of these people don't realise the bigger picture of all this going on. It's all connected. And individuals like us really know too well. Oh, so, yeah. It's weird because I haven't been able to sleep right either. There's a lot of weird stuff going on with the weather and all. Yeah, so still, yeah, we'll go for it. So I'm just gonna, who's that? I don't know who's calling. I didn't see who is it. I can't take a call unless I know who's trying to call me. In the middle of streaming. Who is it? Oh, I usually get a message first. I'm empowered. I can't take a video call. I'm in the middle of streaming. Okay. Can't talk. At present. Okay. My foot is really hurt. It was not my foot, it's my leg. So I've just messaged you, okay? We can talk another day or not streaming this. Right, let's go back to what I'm doing.
Event. Karen, Team Angel, Rebecca, and everybody else that's popping in.
Appreciate you understanding.
So, first of all, NORAD declares false alarm for mystery airborne object over Montana. And this is going to go in order. There's a ton of events. If you did not know, there's been all of these weird objects. Things are getting shut down. And then, of course, airspace getting shot down. Just to kind of highlight the last week, since this balloon happened, the lasers over Hawaii, the spottings of all these Russian and Chinese ships off of our coast, all of this is going on. Satellites up in the sky, a Russian secret satellite blew up into 85 pieces out of nowhere. At the same time that, of course, one of a Pulitzer Prize winning author basically said that the U.S. was behind certain things that affected Vlad, right? So all of this is going on, and of course, then we get this Chinese balloon about a week ago that came over, and they supposedly knew about it since before Alaska. It had essentially a satellite underneath and a prime delivery system for a possible EMP or possible all sorts of other things. It could actually carry a nuclear warhead. They weigh about 200 pounds. This thing had like a 2,000-pound capacity. And it floated right over us. It got taken down over the water. That's where most of this kind of started for the main public. We, of course, followed this since before even the public caught on, and TikTok and all of these other places. But now it seems like every 6 hours or so, we're getting something that's taken down, airspace shot down, weird objects, tic-tac objects, cylindrical objects. And it's at this point, I'm not kidding you, most of the internet is actually talking about either a fake alien invasion or something else. So, first of all, NORAD declares a false alarm for a mystery airborne object over Montana after congressman said that the DOD was waiting until morning to get eyes on it. Now, when you saw that tweet, again, that tweet was something that we shared out on our Twitters. It basically said that it was still up in the air, and it said that they'll track it, and then they will observe it and see what they need to do to take it down. It says Montana congressman said on Saturday night that he had been told an unidentified object was spotted over his district, forcing the temporary closure of airspace, and the search for it would resume at daylight. Matt Rosendale, a Republican elected in 2020, said that he had been briefed by the Department of Defense while he was at the Lincoln Reagan dinner. It says fighter jets were then scrambled and airspace above Harvey, a town of 10,000 people, 30 miles south of Canadian border, was shut at 7:50 p.m. before being reopened 50 minutes later. It says, but I'm at an event, a Lincoln Reagan dinner in Columbus, Montana right now, Rosendale told Fox News, and DOD called me as I have been sitting here and started giving me briefings to tell me what was going on. I clarified with them that this is actually the 4th balloon, okay? This is again a quote. It says earlier on Saturday, Justin Trudeau, the Canadian Prime Minister, confirmed an object had been shot down over by F-22s over Yukon. So this was far away from this. This is at the time we're thinking, okay, this thing just got knocked over off of Canada, and now there's another one over this part, right? It says by the F-22s in Yukon as part of a joint Canadian-U.S. operation. Rosendale continued, the first we shot down over the Atlantic, one was shot down before it entered into Alaska's airspace. The third was shot down, Trudeau ordered over Canada. So now we're talking about a 4th incident. Again, it's actually gone further than this now. It says he said that he was told that the Pentagon would follow the object, but were unable to shoot it down because it was dark.
Oh,
DOD told me that they were going to be tracking the object. They can't even say exactly what it is. They say that they are going to track the object until it gets light again, he said. They don't have the ability to put any more eyes on it with aircraft until it's light again, which is just weird. That doesn't seem right, but anyways. And, again, this is the U.S. military. You'd think they would be able to track anything in the sky at any time, night or day. It says, and then tomorrow morning we'll be dealing with it. That's what he tweeted, or that's what he said, right? And then his tweets reflect that. NORAD, the North American Aerospace Defense Command, issued a statement shortly after Rosendale's interview and confirmed it was not if I the radar. Received briefing at the White House, the object in Montana airspace. Now, I just want to point out from what it says, and I don't know if that's correct, but it says I received a briefing tonight at the White House. Did he travel to the White House or was he already there? It said he got a briefing at the White House. That was by the actual quote there. So did he fly to Washington to go to the White House about whatever this object was? Like, this is getting kind of nuts. With questions about the Chinese spy balloon still unanswered, the B administration must fully be forthcoming with Montanans and all Americans. Rosendale asserts
what is my leg
because
empowered?
it was dark,
Thank
treated
you.
with much mockery online, of course. It said Canada's defense minister said it was a small cylindrical object that was not as big as the South Carolina spy balloon. Again, it's just nuts. The NORAD spokesman, Major Oliver Bond, said on Saturday evening that the military had determined that what it was, but would not reveal details. It said that 2 F-22s were dispatched from the U.S. and Joint Base Elmendorf, Richardson, in Alaska, and 2 F-18s from Cold Lake Air Base in Alberta, Canada. Instructions were given that whoever had the first clear shot would shoot it down. It was shot down with the AIM-9X missile at 3:41 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and was flying at about 40,000 feet. And this was described by the manufacturer as the most advanced infrared tracking short range. The incident came a day after JB ordered the other one. So that one's talking about the Alaska, right? It says both objects shot down over Alaska, Canada, believed to be balloons. The unidentified objects the U.S. shot down over Canada and Alaska were both believed to be balloons carrying a payload. A senior U.S. official confirmed to Fox News on Sunday. Details regarding the objects over Canada were scarce throughout the weekend, but U.S. officials now describe it as a small metallic balloon with a tethered payload. So this, again, we had at least 4, and then it said that the FAA abruptly cancels National Defense Airspace over Lake Michigan.
Wow.
So this is yet another event. We're not done. It says the FAA, it says the Federal Aviation Administration declared a national defense airspace over part of the Lake Michigan, the organization announced Sunday. The FAA was not clarified on why it banned civilian air traffic from the area, but the FAA last established a national defense airspace over Montana this weekend in reaction to an unidentified flying object. It says, quote, pilots who do not adhere to the following procedure may be intercepted, detained, and interviewed by law enforcement and security personnel. So they basically closed everything down over over the Great Lakes. And it's like, what the heck is going on here? Again, at the same time, I was told that there was live streams of Congress basically questioning Twitter, and I didn't know if those were actually live or that was this week. But meanwhile, by the way, they are questioning Twitter execs about their roles in the New York Post story and down and all of this at the same time. But not many people are talking about that. So again, a lot of people either think this is some sort of distraction, that we are getting hit with, some sort of obvious attack or something that's coming our way, or we're being tested by China, or something is going on strange, or straight up a lot of people on many social media platforms saying that these are UFOs and that they're all coming right now, like that. And then others, of course, say that it's like Project Blue Beam type stuff.
Demonic. The word is
demonic. U.S. military shoots down an unidentified flying object over the Great Lakes. So this is now, I don't even know, I lost count. It says the U.S. military on Sunday shot down. So they shut down the airspace. Now they say that they shot down another unidentified flying object over Lake Huron.
Don't look to the sky, whatever you do with the Project Blue Beam. Don't look up. Stay indoors if you can.
Thing coming from space and them projecting pictures of us getting taken over. And then everybody on Earth kind of gets under the same kind of wing, and we all team up to go against the great being. Like, what is it, Reagan that said that? Funny thing, he said it was at the great dinner. But, some sort of evil that's beyond our planet, and that we all team up, which would also be like, I guess globalists would be happy on that kind of thing, right? If we all team up and forget our differences and put them aside and right? So that's something that our communities talked about. Of course, that's nuts now, but look at what is actually happening. They're saying that UFOs and cylindrical objects are popping up all over the world. Again, it says that they shot down this thing. It says we'll know more about what this is in the coming days, but for now, be assured that all parties have been laser focused on it from the moment it traversed our waters.
He's reading on.
So things are flying over us all over the place. This is nuts. And then, get this, China spots unidentified objects flying near Park City.
Oh my God.
China is getting ready to take down an unidentified object spotted flying over the waters near the
Port
city. Now, the paper reported an employee at the Marine Development Authority of Qingdao's Jimo district said that relevant authorities
are going to jump on the bandwagon.
The employees were not informed on what that object was. The person said that fishermen in the area have been told to be careful about safety, the report added. The U.S. and Canada brought down 3 high-altitude airborne objects this month, and I don't think that's actually old, including one Washington said that was deliberately by China for surveillance. Basically, that was a harmless weather monitoring device that flew off course.
And then
at the same time as all of this is going on, we also keep track of all of the drills going on around the world. We have, by the way, they have been doing nighttime drills with Blackhawks, Ospreys, and even Chinook helicopters in metropolitan areas. And this is wild. You guys can go look for yourself. San Diego and Miami have multiple videos, but other cities around the country are reporting that they're doing nighttime, low altitude exercises, going and picking people off roofs. Now, they've done this before. Last time they did it in batches too. It was like Boston, Seattle, this and that. And I actually got video of that one. They're doing it again, but this time it seems like on a much bigger scale. When they do this, the Miami, I believe, or I'm sorry, the San Diego one, I believe that was all on radar. A lot of these are not on radar. So I really question what is going on. Is this a big distraction to keep us away from focusing on what they're talking about over on Twitter? Or is this something that is actually going on and they are giving us the thing about UFOs, but really there's something greater going on? At the same time as the satellite blowing up in space and all of this, now the U.S. is holding drills in the South China Sea amid tensions with China. Mind you, that means that our Navy is now headed towards the South China Sea. It says the U.S. Navy and Marine Corps are holding joint exercises in the South China Sea.
You got both channels.
Tensions with Beijing over the shooting down of a suspected Chinese spy balloon. The 7th Fleet, based in Japan, said Sunday that the U.S. Nimitz Aircraft Strike Group and the 13th Marine Expeditionary Unit have been conducting integrated expeditionary strike force operations in the South China Sea. It said that the exercises involving ships, ground forces, and aircraft took place Saturday, but gave no details on when it began and whether they had ended. So we don't know, but it sounds like a bunch of Navy just moved over towards Taiwan. China claims virtually the entire South China Sea strongly objects the military activity by other nations in the contested waterway through the $5 trillion in goods are shipped every year. The U.S. takes no official position on sovereignty in the South China Sea, but maintains that freedom of navigation and overflight must be preserved. So there's drills all the time, but as far as when you look at this, and anybody who is a prepper and who's been following this, we understand that any kind of drill like this is a good way for the public to essentially move a bunch of military without causing a whole lot of alarm. Meanwhile, we're so focused about these UFOs over all of this, I wonder what is actually going on underneath this. Now, I highly question the fact that nobody is talking about how the Twitter execs are being questioned about this whole New York thing, about the Post story getting taken down, all this kind of stuff. I do question that, and that if this is all just to keep you away from that for this week, I wouldn't put it past them. But at the same time, from what we've been watching for years, look at all of the action. I could go through a whole list of things, but I'm not going to. Of course, all of the different things that have changed in just the last year, including Japan changing their constitution so they're now an offensive country instead of a defensive only. So we'll talk about this again tomorrow on our main show over on Marfugal TV. So make sure to go over to our sister channel. And if you do want to support us, we're independent. The bibliography for the show is at marfugalnews.com. But you can also go to marfugalnews.com on that same site. We put a lot of work into putting that there. If you do want to go support, you can actually get things through us that you probably are already looking at. Not only get a discount on them, but also support us at the same time. We don't have them.
Let's see if someone else is covering this.
How's that watching? This new social media app is going absolutely viral. It's oh yeah, the commoners in prison, man. No, I'm saying the commoners. I'm not talking about you, man, because you're like up there in the society. I'm talking about commoners. They normally like, 9 to 5 thing. It's going on like my office. So where's that woman you took?
Yeah. So have you been sleeping my dad? You have sex with my dad? Are you sure? Don't lie to me, because why am I finding this bad?
Can I try?
I don't
my
care.
weight, please.
I don't care.
57.
I don't care. You know what I'm talking about. This is not your address, isn't it? It's your address. And it was my dad's bag. And this is not your house. Where are you going? Is this not your house? Is this not your house? Is this not your house? I'm talking to you. Is this not your house? So you've been speaking with other people's bags. And you're trying to, you want to call the feds now?
Yeah.
You want to call the feds now? You want to call the feds now? And you've been speaking with...
And we skip to the...
When you get that knock on the door.
I can't, I don't think there's a look on now. What would it be? Distractions versus the truth. If they have all these so-called false flags, you've got already the research heart technology, the weather manipulation. So, yeah. And people get distracted, what's going on? Sort of a bigger picture of things going on anyway, so.
The people have been lied to. It was a gigantic lie. And on this lie, everything that governments, especially in the Western democracies, did to infringe on people's rights.
Let's get off this. Let's get off this. Go back to bills. There's got to be some alternative. We have issues. Disclosure. Everybody is in TV, is true. Yeah, Super Bowl is also fake.
Aaron was telling me about how the NFL is rigged and how every year he used to get a script. Yeah. Day one of training camp that would get dropped off at his locker. And you would have to, it was like week 1 is week 2, you're going to have a hamstring injury. Week 3, this is going to happen. Yeah. Week 4, you're going to get 3.
The disclosurehub.com.
touchdowns. And so then you just have to, did you memorize those before the season started? Would you go and rehearse the script before every game?
I was really dedicated to it. So it was more so like
that's what practice was about. It was about practicing the script. This is what goes on, and this is what we have to do in order to. Yeah. And this referee's going to miss this call. Yeah, because they hate you. Yeah, and they love the Colts. Yeah, sort of thing. WWF, so it's like, we know what's going to happen, but you still got fun. So,
What did you think when you got the script in 2016 that said your career was going to fall off a cliff when you stopped?
I thought it shipped off back again.
Biggest
No.
Did I just spoil the surprise for some of the people? It's scripted entertainment. What we do is fake, right? So I know what you're thinking. Me hosting SBs, that's crazy. Or is it genius? It's time to take a look at yourself, sports, and realize that you're more like the WWE than you have ever imagined.
Dwight Smith exposing how rigged the NFL is.
I don't believe the game was really decided on the field, so, I don't get into all the action and hoes and talking, man. Like I said, I played in the game. I set a Super Bowl record, and we do have to play everybody before the game starts. So, thanks.
Stick to the script. It's frustrating. Stick to the script.
Look at the ref helping him out. He literally trips this Vikings quarterback and it ends up in a Curtis Samuel touchdown. Just look at this. 24 was in perfect position to pick it off. And then
Okay, that was that. Seem like you're seeing now, isn't it?
Billie Eilish is at the center of a bunch of conspiracy theories, and I'm here to tell you all about them. Billie Eilish is part of a satanic cult like the Illuminati. This theory started when Billie Eilish changed her look and style of music essentially overnight. When Billie first started out in the music industry, her music was much more dreamy pop. Her hair was bleach blonde, and her imagery was bright and colorful. Then, seemingly out of nowhere, Billie changed to a much more edgy and dark look. When Billie announced her new album, When We All Fall Asleep, Where Do We Go?, the imagery on the album cover was alarming to some people. It shows Billie sitting on the edge of a bed with a scary grin, and her eyes are completely white. Theorists were quick to point out that when someone is portrayed with all white eyes, it often means that they're possessed by a demon. There's also a belief that demons with all white eyes are the most wise and powerful demons in hell. Then when you look at the titles of the songs in the album and their lyrics, it gets even darker. Songs like All the Good Girls Go to Hell and Bury a Friend have very, very dark lyrics. In All the Good Girls Go to Hell, the lyrics read, "My Lucifer is lonely. Look at you needing me. You know I'm not your friend without some greenery." The song also references wildfires and poisoning people. Pretty dark stuff. Billie claims the song is about climate change, but theorists believe it's about things much darker, and the music video does no help to prove Billie's claims. The music video starts with her in a white room and a bunch of hands inject her back with needles, and she grows these huge white wings. She then falls from the sky for a very long time until she lands in a huge pit of oil in an apocalyptic looking street. As she sings the song, she climbs out of the oil and is dragging her huge wings behind her. The town slowly starts to catch on fire, and then her wings catch on fire. She shakes it off, and her wings are now black. The last shot shows her walking towards the fire while people dance in the fire. Theorists compared her dark imagery to the book that has the formula the Illuminati uses to create a mind control slave, and they talk about eerily similar things that Billie is doing. This all leads to their biggest theory to prove her demonic cult ties. The theory is that Billie sacrificed her friend in a ritual and admits to it in the song Bury a Friend. Billie was friends with a controversial rapper named XXXTentacion, who unexpectedly was robbed and killed at the age of 20 by a group of men. But in the coming months before his death, he got very obsessed with satanic things. He loved the number 666, wore clothes with the word Satan on it, and said he even talked to
Quite tired, so heading off now to chill to bed. God bless.
Which is
Catch you next time.
6
Okay.
plus 6
And
plus
bye.
6
Take care.
Then in 2019, Billy released the song Bury a Friend, and Billy claims the whole video is about sleep paralysis and haunting someone. The video shows a man who looks and dresses very similar to Triple X. That is who she's haunting. She's depicted in the music video with black eyes. It shows her back completely arched back and her floating down a hallway. It also shows a bunch of men grabbing her face and body and pushing her. Theorists correlate this imagery to demonic possession. The lyrics are also extremely
Demonic times we're in. The National Observatory of Japan has said that NASA believes the bright green lasers were likely to be a Chinese satellite. Well, that was Saturday's thing. That's something different. Just in the house. Yeah. Right, back to see if anyone else is making any comments about this. Okay, here we go. Anomalous Channel, UK, Pentagon Conference.
These are those rhombohedron crystals in your pineal gland. When those crystals become electrically activated, all the relationships that have really made my job coordinating the federal resources for this event a much easier task than it might have otherwise been. I'm confident that the public safety plans in place for Super Bowl 57, inclusive of over 800 federal personnel and supported by significant federal physical security and technology resources, will ensure a safe and secure experience for all in attendance.
Thank you. And before I introduce the next speaker, I just want to give you an idea, and we talk about the number of agencies that are working alongside us here and across Arizona. Arizona Department of Public Safety, Arizona State University Police, ATF, DHS, FBI, Gila River Police, Fire, EMS, Glendale Police, Fire, EMS, Tempe Police, Fire, EMS, Scottsdale Police, Fire, EMS, Tempe Police, Paradise Valley Police, Fire, Peoria Police, Phoenix Fire, EMS, and Police, to name a few, most of which have representatives here today. So we really do appreciate this.
Thanks, Kathy. Good morning, everyone. As I was just been introduced, Nikhil Davis, Special Agent in charge of the FBI, which covers the entire state of Arizona. I want you to know that the FBI has been coordinating, as been mentioned, with our state, local, county, and tribal agencies. We have been planning since the end of last year's Super Bowl when the clock ticked down in Inglewood, California.
Security update to Super Bowl.
As a native of the state of Arizona, I remember our first 1996. I worked the Super Bowl in 2008, and this event has grown exponentially each year. We are uniquely prepared and qualified to handle any incidents. The FBI has currently stood up an Intelligence Operations Center, which is going to run through next Monday, taking in all intelligence threats. Has currently stood up an Intelligence Operations Center, which is going to run through next Monday, taking in all intelligence threats and coordinating with all the agencies that have just been mentioned. I would like to reiterate, we are currently not tracking any credible threats to the Super Bowl or any of the events, including waste management or anything else that's going on in the Phoenix metropolitan area. The FBI has brought in
Phoenix, Arizona, America, Super Bowl.
Our partners here, to include crisis response, tactical assets, special agent bomb technicians, and most importantly, our counter drone deterrence initiatives. As we have said, this is a no drone zone. There are temporary flight restrictions going on the entire week around the events. And this is something that we really want to stress to the public. Please be our eyes and ears in the field. You've heard see something, say something. You're going to hear that again and again, probably from my peers up here at the podium. But please see something, say something. It's as simple as calling 911, or you can reach out to tips.fbi.gov, or you can reach the FBI at 623.
I made over £10,000 last month. I've been doing so for...
Okay, people, in this particular chat are implying they're making the Super Bowl in America as a target. Don't know if that's true. Switch to the main. I think there's a USA. So somebody's just covering it live as well. Go back. So no. Wow.
Over 5 years now. No, I don't gamble.
Attend the various events. So it's going to be busy out there. The highways are going to be busy. The roadways are going to be busy. So if you could pack a couple of things for us, pack some extra patience and time to get to where you're going. And also, if you plan on using any substance that will impair you, don't drive. Use a designated driver, use a ride share, use a taxi. Discuss the important partnerships between law enforcement and first responders. But really, one of the most important partnerships we have is with the community. And I'm including those 100,000 plus visitors that are coming to the Valley this week as our community. We all need to work together to make sure this is a safe and memorable Super Bowl. So as it's been stated before, if you see anything suspicious, anything out of the ordinary, see a crime being committed, please get that information to us.
Let's go to the beginning.
And address any issues. I want to express my thanks to the state troopers, the detectives, and professional staff that will be working this event, and also the troopers that will remain on patrol to handle calls for service statewide in Arizona. All of our personnel are going to be working long weeks this week, and some of them are traveling to be away from their families to make sure this is a secure and safe Super Bowl. I'm always impressed with your dedication and always proud of the work that you do. Being a state trooper and being a native of Arizona, it's always meaningful to me when we get to showcase the state of Arizona and all it has to offer. It's an exciting time this week for our state. We truly appreciate the partnership between the NFL to come together as a team, as first responders, and our partnership with the community. With that, be safe and enjoy your week.
Thank you, Colonel. I just want to reiterate one key point. I have 27 years in law enforcement and work with law enforcement all across the country, and the professionalism that I have witnessed from all of the public safety partners, law enforcement, fire, EMS, since we've been in this planning process, and here on the ground with crowds starting to arrive, coming through experience, have been incredibly professional. And again, working long hours along with security personnel here, really going
They cut that off, didn't they?
Want to know why Utah is good for visiting?
You can create watch lists and literally watch every move in the market.
Is whole, and we are committed to putting the resources to it.
The lines move because sometimes you learn about an injury and the lines kind of.
Department of Public Safety, Arizona State University, please.
And since then, and they carve up.
Oh, that's what I try to tell people. I told Tom.
So in their case, they basically needed to build momentum on the ad they did last year. And so I don't.
Cuts to Social Security and Medicare. The president seemed
They were just covering a general news item.
that was not accurate. But again, we are continuing to see renewed attacks. Let's check in with Fox News White House correspondent Jackie Heinrich, who has more details.
Liar.
The colorful exchange in the House floor.
What can men do if you're on TV soon? That's ridiculous. Everyone's falling for the fake UFO story.
Extra mile to make sure everybody feels welcome and safe. So thank you very much. All right, last but not least, Interim Chief Michael Sullivan, Phoenix Police Department.
Thank you, and I want to welcome Secretary Mayorkas here to Phoenix. I know you have an important event tonight, so it means a lot that you're here to show the support. So, Chief Lear, great to see you. The planning process has been great, and all of our partners, many of whom here today to come out to support us. We could not do this without partnerships. We talk about those state, local, and federal partnerships. If this event could not happen if those partnerships were in place. We've been preparing for 18 months. We've done a number of tabletop exercises. We're as well prepared as we can be for this week to provide safety.
Okay. There's nothing else coming up. But too surprised. Every time I hack into my computer. It's a large area in Arizona and a hot area. Got better weather than UK has. Nobody seems to be bothered about any concerns. Super Bowl between Kansas City Chiefs and Philadelphia. So it's like a week of matches in that stadium. It's going to be interesting few days then. Anything is possible. Okay, Mo, if you get any more updates, just message me. Can't do much of a dodgy leg. You're falling demons, UFOs, giants, mermaids. Are they doing signs of the devil? Fear not. The rise and fall of the Antichrist. I like this one. Before.
I've got one that can see.
Well, it is, they are symbolizing something, an orb. And what is an orb? What are the orbs that people see in the skies?
The demons.
Well, you know the answers to that because you've been on my channel for a long time. And you know that the orbs that people see and record and they think they're a UFO, well,
No,
yes,
they're
it
not.
is unidentified. But the high majority of these orbs that you see in the heavens are angels. And I have a documentary completely about that you can go on BitChute and take a look at if you want to. This is the documentary here. It's starting out, and it goes through tons and tons of different locations where orbs have been seen and what they have been doing when they're seen. And some of the things that they are seen doing are extremely fantastic, like the flood. When the flood hit, the tsunami hit Japan, there were orbs. You can see them right where the mountains at, going in and out of the water. And
not all
what are these orbs right here traveling in and out of the water? Anyways, what they are is they are entities. They are angels. The angels. And how do I know this? Because the Bible says it in numerous places, including the book of Enoch. It says that they are bright white and round all about. And how else do I know? Well, because I have seen them myself in person within 50 yards of me, and sometimes even as close as 20, 30 foot of me. These large, white, all about balls of light have come to me many times on the mountaintops and by the edge of the water, which is where they came to Daniel in the book of Daniel, as well as Moses and all the other times. Normally it is beside the water at sunset or on the mountaintop at sunset. If you want to see angels, that's where you're going to need to go to have the best chance. And they also have to decide to come to you and illuminate themselves. Yes, I know we're getting off topic, but not really, because we're talking about it, right? So what was the deal with the balloon? The balloon. Well, it was a bright white object, perfectly round, not like a normal balloon that they hang things under and send up. It was bright white and round all about, wasn't it? Yes, it was. And what happened to it? It fell from heaven. And how far did it fall from? Well, let me show you here. It fell from, if I've been covering in recent videos, it's quite amazing how that works out, isn't it? Indeed it is. All right, so let's go back over here once again and see where we're at here now. Now, y'all guys remember this? You remember what happened right prior to this movie being released? You know, this movie, The Dark Knight Rises. Do you remember after that all the things that happened? Do you remember the theater in Aurora, Colorado? Do you remember this event? Do you remember this? Do you remember this? Let's see if I can get a title here without having to say the word. Do you remember that event and what they said happened there? And yet I put out a video about it showing that these children, all dressed in khaki and white, which is Freemasonic colors, these are the children that was said to have
I'm meeting this one.
met their end at that event. But yet, here it is, they were at the Super Bowl singing.
quote. The Federal Reserve. In 1869, J.P. Morgan went to London and reached an agreement for a company known as the Northern Securities that was intended to act as the international bank, as the agent for the Rothschild Company in the United States. The first major panic created by the international bankers occurred in 1893, when local bankers from around the nation were told to call in all their loans. Told by who? By these wealthy bankers. Senator Robert Owen testified before a congressional committee that the call on the banks, testified before a congressional committee that the bank he owned, this was a senator, received from the National Bankers Association what came to be known as the Panic Circular of 1893. It stated, you will at once retire 1/3 of your circulation and call in 1/2 of all, because that makes the bank collapse.
Wow.
Is it a little strange that we're about a day, or more than a day, since the shooting down of that object over Alaska, off the coast of Alaska yesterday? We still haven't been told by the government what it is.
Airspace over Lake Michigan in the American Midwest was briefly closed for defense activities this morning, folks. This is the 4th time in 8 days the U.S. military has shot down an object over North America, certainly unprecedented in the history of this country. A U.S. Air Force F-16 fighter jet shot down a mysterious octagonal object over Lake Huron earlier today using a Sidewinder missile. That object flying at 20,000 feet. That's notable because that's much lower than those two objects shot down over the past 2 days.
Officials there say this latest incident is the first time NORAD has ever taken down an aerial object, and it adds to a strange and growing list.
With yet another aerial object being shot down, this time over Canada.
To the White House revealed just this afternoon that an F-22 fighter jet shot down another object flying over Alaska.
For the 3rd time in a week, an unidentified object has been detected in the sky over North America and shot down. It follows 2 similar incidents.
Indications that downed aircraft was not terrestrial, not from this world. No suggestion of that.
One senior official describing it as cylindrical and silverish gray. The Pentagon saying it's about the size of a small car.
Do you have anything to do with the object shot down over Alaska?
The White House says the object was first detected Thursday evening. Fighter jets sent to observe, determining it was unmanned. The president briefed Thursday, giving the order to shoot it down Friday morning. An F-22 fighter jet taking the shot at 1:45 p.m. This object didn't appear to have the gondola underneath it like the suspected Chinese spy balloon that was brought down off the coast of the Carolinas.
There's no indication that it had any capability to be powered or to steer in a particular direction or to collect intelligence.
And there were worries tonight that a 4th might have been spotted in Montana. The FAA actually closed airspace over part of Montana for a short time.
Shut down airspace over northern Montana, but it is unclear whether that involves another aerial object.
Another odd incident in the skies. Airspace in Montana was briefly closed by the FAA Saturday, while NORAD fighter jets were sent to investigate a radar anomaly near the Canadian border. But in that case, Andrea, aircraft did not find any correlating object.
As you can see here from our chart, a week ago over the coast of South Carolina, yesterday off the northern coast of Alaska, as you see here, and just finished now this afternoon in the Yukon Territory.
One an alleged Chinese spy balloon, but the other's a mystery.
But it seems there are some significant differences between the object that was shot down today and the Chinese spy balloon that was shot down last week.
NORAD refused to offer any more specifics. This is the second object detected in the Arctic since Thursday night. A senior U.S. official tells Fox that object was not detected until it had already successfully penetrated U.S. airspace over the lab and then shot down by an F-22 Raptor launched from Elmendorf Air Force Base in Anchorage.
A statement from NORAD, the North American Aerospace Defense Command, says the agency detected a radar anomaly and sent fighter aircraft to investigate. They found nothing, so the FAA reopened airspace a short time later. But it just shows how seriously the U.S. is taking all of this.
So while the Pentagon on the classified side could have been tracking some of these balloons for years, certainly going back, let's talk
That left in 6. Left in 6. Left in 6. Football. Blackout multiplayer live chat. Well, that's an interesting game. You're a streamer. Blackout multiplayer live chat. Well, that's an interesting game. You're a streamer. You play games. You play Zombie Wood 09. You like gaming. These streams were over 18, by the way. Cyberpunk 2000. You're playing advanced technology gaming a year ago, I take it. You joined YouTube 2013. You've only got 6 videos. Intriguing. Right, let's go into my channel. No, just seek knowledge. What kind of knowledge you need? What's your age bracket? What kind of input? What kind of input are you looking for? You ask if I was a streamer. Yeah, you're 24 years of age. You're quite young already, aren't you? Well, not that young anymore. Are you? Yeah. Are you a gamer? Streamer gamer? You like on your channel? You like playing video games? Is that right? So, what do you know so far in the world we're living in, generally speaking? Mo, you disappeared. You're my moderator. Where are you? Oh, you used to be. Okay. So, are you in what country? USA? Question mark first. I'd like to know what you know so far. You must be smart still. You must have a soul about you to know what's going on. Canada, right, you're in the heart of Canada. My late mum used to go in Canada. So obviously you're clued up. Do you listen to mainstream media? It's all controlled, by the way. If you didn't know that. I'll put it as a press. I read a lot of this morning. Ah, right. That's brilliant. You really do that. That's good. That's a good, really good start. Right now, I'm reading ancient history. That's very good. Okay. Yeah, I've been there a few times. What, on this channel or reading up on your documents? I haven't seen you in my chats before when I've been live, but they hack me all the time anyway, so a lot of hacking. I don't know that one. I don't. I get a few people send me private links in other platforms, so I do some research when I can. So I don't know that one. Tell me about that. NATAR. I don't know. I don't comment much. Okay. Usually when somebody pops in, I can see their channel name, but they always hack me anyway. I don't know much. Tell me about what that is. NORTE CHICA. What is that? Ancient the ancient tribe of some sort. Do you know? You tell me what you're reading, because I haven't heard of that one before. NORTE. Was so pre-pot. Ah, brilliant. Yes, I know what you mean by that. The first people in Americas. Yes, that's a very good subject to start with. That's yeah, it's all linked into the ancient Babylon. Gosh, there's a lot of rabbit holes, but yeah, you're doing the right thing to stick to that subject first of all. The pottery, it all links back to Egypt, and it all goes. It when you eventually work it out, the mindset. I mean, I don't know how long you want to study for one. The important thing right now is the past always comes like 360, and it's always interlinked with spirituality. So you got, I mean, years and years ago, you never had mainstream religion. So it's all to do with natural health and living off the land, and the world is now going to go back to that because it's all going to collapse. In technology, it's going to get so AI is going to get over, it's going to control itself. You won't need anybody programming it. It will program itself. So, they want humanity for the future, well, by 2045 and most probably by 2030, who knows where the world is going. So they have to create, I'm just going to go to current things. They're going to create the assumption of a financial crash. I mean, this is going to be worldwide anyway. So to create the digital identification, digital currency for the globalist bloodline families. Now, educateyourself.org, you start on the 13 bloodline families. That is very, when you look at genealogy, it's a good subject to interlink to your studies of ancient history, because they look at the bloodline families with the genetics, the DNA, and it really does link up throughout generations and long time ago to where we are now, offshoots. So yeah, it's a minefield when you start research, and I've spent years of doing this, but there are many rabbit holes you go down, but the way I did it was many rabbit holes led to other can of worms, and then eventually you just a light bulb switches off and you just find a lot of things out. which makes a lot of sense. And a lot of people are doing that because it's this year, well, end of last year, this year, there's like a worldwide spiritual awakening. So you've either got your Satanists who are worshipping the dark occults, occultism. But if you look at ancient history, in the biblical terminology, that was naturalism, sacrificing and all their rituals and worshipping gods and their cultures. It was natural to them. So where we are now, mainstream religion and the way the world is turning to darker side of the occultism, it is more to do with Satanism and on the demonic side. So they're really trying to twist the ancient history, and it's so important to know where humanity came from, started from. So people can look at King James Bible. Well, this is the documents. This is people just doing a diary sort of thing, or I'm sure one can research out themselves. There is a lot of, how can I put it? I know a lot of sort of like periods of AD, BC, biblical eras. A lot of studies in Book of Enoch, mainstream, i.e., in brackets, the King James Bible version. Not an expert. I used to know a lot of different chapters. And then also, I'm aware of how England invaded into all those period of time ago, Columbia time, invaded in America, and did a lot of damage, didn't they, to the natives, and took over their lands. I wish I wasn't British for that. It's nothing new, because look at the ancient history in England and you'll see how the nobility in their bloodlines was always fighting, always wars. It's really good to look at that history that you're doing. And the pottery, actually, I find fascinating, because there's always archaeological side of it. And the geography, when you look at the maps where they found these pieces in ancient times, the Milans, they knew a lot about the old floods, the great floods, the mud floods, and how this earth, like in America, there's a lot of people that studied a lot of this already. Really good documentaries you can find. The basic, there's a lot. There's so much. Unfortunately, there's a lot of people now that are so addicted to social media, and that's what I say about gaming. Social media platforms, living within the world, just care about watching telly, having a beer, and like today, Super Bowl in America. I mean, they've lost a sense of who they are. They're just pulled into what the friends do at college, university, or if you're a younger generation, what your mates do at school or wherever. Depending if people are still at home, it's just really gone more commercialism, more me society, and no such thing as like really care to know about humanity and where we're heading. And it's just looking after yourself, your soul, knowing who you are. And then when you look at the Book of Enoch, and then you're comparing it to what you know in the biblical terminologies and your research of that, and especially from the pyramids in Egypt, and how did they manage to build such, around the world actually, these great, structures, and their sophisticated refrigeration using clay pots and water systems. And they didn't have modern electricity then, did they? Running water in that sense, what we have now for a while. The refrigeration wasn't invented for 100 years. So society is really so used to so-called mod-cons and smart technology these days. It really needs to go back to basics, in my opinion. Anyway. Gotta watch the time. Oh, they hacked my bloody. They're always hacking my computer. They'll never be scared of this. They always target people that are waking up, so just be aware of that. A lot of people that you may know may not be in the same level as you. Yeah, that's right. They had no writing system. They used symbols. So many people have. I don't know reference to the terminology devil, because that terminology can be mean different. I mean, the devil being lived backwards. I'm not too sure on the terminology on the backwards. All I know of the demonic, I put it in the words as demonic, because there is a war between the souls. They're soul catching. So my videos I put out of soul catching, the demons. You know, they possess human souls. And you can see, you'll learn to see through the eyes of people. You know, I hope you don't, but it's not pleasant. Keep those bloodlines fall in order to serve one day. Yes, 100%, because not every the military my labs is definition really for the military operations underground dumps bases worldwide, and it's been going on for a long time. 1947, maybe a bit earlier than that, when the Nazi scientists went to America. CIA was set up to actually do the experiments. Yeah, they were doing the mind experiments on the prisoners unlawfully in Germany, and they carried on with MK Ultra experiments and brain interfaces, you know, with electrodes technology. Then it got exposed in the 1970s. But really, somebody did a really good video and exposed George Sorrow, I think I pronounced it right, as a child, as a young boy, and he was indoctrinated by one of the bloodline families and brought to America, and that's a lot of other things I won't go into right now, but they covered really a lot of things I already knew about, and it just fits the picture of what's going on now. Now, when did I stumble across Anunnaki and Nephian subject? And I think I don't know how long ago now, but through another source, and that was when I was looking at the Book of Enoch. And then I've got a moderator, and he sent me some information to look at on the spiritual side. So I already have a spiritual background. So it was looking into that. Then I was having personal experiences. I won't go into all what it is, but I've documented a lot. A lot of people believe it's alien abductions, but it's not alien per se. Yeah, yeah, a lot of this Stargate, a lot of the futuristic movies made a long time ago has always been hinting at the public of the technology already had a long time ago. They made a deal apparently a long time ago. There was a deal done with as documents declassified. Shared it on a different platform. I found it on these other different websites, and I couldn't believe what I was reading, because obviously it's like many people like me all over. Now, Max Spires, I don't know if I've shared it on this channel, you might find it somewhere, the playlist is still there. They killed him off, sadly, and he, as a young boy with many others, was subjected horrendous things, the underground dumps, and having things done to them as well. They put in Super Soldier program, it's called. There's a website, Super Soldier Talk, I think it's .net, and there's a channel out there. And it's, you could be careful, because people can, the technology can put false memories into your brain and imply you've been abducted when it's something else. But there's another couple of streams I've done about the MyLabs of reptilian shape-shifting. This gentleman, James Barley, I think it's pronounced as that, he explains really well. There's different races. I found another video the other day which is quite interesting about the different types, and I've seen a really good video how one of them was coming out of a human body. Gosh, that was just hard to look at. But yeah, what I know now, it's just been a long journey. Yeah, I do believe it's not all negative. These some of these species are non-human species. There is a space war, that's 100% spot on, and there always has been. And you go back, something to do with the gold. I'm not expert, I don't know much yet. I'm still researching that one. Something to do with turning humans, enhancing humans. I'm again just need to dig a bit further on that one, into being slaves for the Anunnaki, certain races of hierarchy, and that part to be, well, there's certain things I can't really say in this platform. In relation to the reptilian shape shifting, there's excellent videos out there. Oh my goodness me, people with the graphics they stop starting. When people make videos on shape shifting reptilian subject, they start. A lot of editing goes on, and there's really you have to be really well adversed to know what you're looking for. And you can see the eyes, the holograms they use to cover up and keep the human form. And that movie called They Live, it's made long time ago. It was just one example. There's so much that goes on now But yeah, I mean, the Mayans and many other tribes, ancient tribes, knew and had drawings in caves, and had drawings on the shape like a spaceship, and in ancient drawings in caves. And these artifacts have been coming out of the large enhancement of skulls, and like 8 foot, maybe taller, in different parts of the world. Then, of course, it fits in with the Book of Enoch and Sumerian texts and that subject. There is a Leap Project website and a YouTube channel. He focuses, and a lot of his interviews he does, focusing on people that's done a lot of these documentaries. And some of them wrote books about this subject. So it's really fascinating. But I would be careful about that channel because it can be sensationalized. You won't always get the facts, and you don't always get it right. So yeah, it's good reading books and keep on them, because I want to get rid of books, so get rid of the history, the true history. I mean, this is where it's really great because people are waking up to the truth now. Long-winded response. You can tell, can you? Oh yes, the lanterns. Oh my goodness, me fascinated when I used to watch those programs years ago. I loved old movies, and when I used to watch those programs, even Doctor Who years ago, I had no clue. My family, my bloodline family, and my mother's side were natural healers, and until like years later, and of course subjected to this program, and this program's been going on for a long time. So it's not just me, it's just loads and loads of people. But you see, the star seeds, that's another subject. So yeah, there's always distractions. You've got flat earth, round earth, deliberate distractions. So when you're starting with culture, you start to know what a natural weather, natural sky is, when you're a kid growing up. And then of course you see what it is now. And you see all the beautiful nature dying off and things like that. And then you document it, and then next thing you know, wake up one day and you're on a target list. And and you're surrounded by certain things. It's very, very dark. It's very demonic. But you don't give up. You're just going to keep going, because you're here for a reason. Our spirit, our bodies, physical bodies, I know, might be given up, but we're spiritually here for a reason. So whatever spectrum you're from, yeah. Yeah, for those that sold out though, doing this organised, well, it's a military program. It's worldwide. And when they do these tactics and it's well organised, well run, somebody did try to get out this Satanist group years ago in 2003. She wrote a book, Salvi Talks. I've downloaded it, and it details how the program works. It is like a military position, in every aspect. But you cannot talk about certain subjects on any platform, because the assumption will be made, of your personal life, which is true. They make up things, falsify documents, all sorts going on. But anyway, I'm not here for that today. They always had my electrics. Yeah, I listen to the audio. Yeah, this life. The arc is tied to the night. Yes, I thought as much. Freemasonry and Masonry, yeah. Yeah, well, I'm hearing that. I'm not too sure. Um, I'm not 200% sure on this part of the Anunnaki. Which type of race are there those to help humanity and enlightenment to transcend, to get up to the higher dimensions spiritually, and the cabal will be taken out and we'll be free, humanity be free to be who are meant to be in that sense. So I'm not 100%, knowledgeable on that part yet. Freemasonry, the ancient stonemasonry, there's nothing new to that, is there? The skills and they built up. So when you look at, though, how Knights of Templar and all these look into the history, this is like a bit like Crusade, the Crusades. Knights of Templar, Knights of Malta, and look into Switzerland. And, somebody did some really good breakdown of the ancient demonic side of the links to it and how it turned, how it went back into history, and how it turned into not just ordinary members of Freemasonry. I don't knock them. If they want to be members, up to them, isn't it? But when you get to the higher degree, Manly P. Hall, and who he meets with and how he got possessed, and it's demonic. And the things they do, and I know personally certain things I can't mention here, how seriously demonic it is, and those that do certain things just to keep in their social position they're in, and their souls are totally narcissists. So on that point, there's a lot of connection to do with Atlantis and underground. There you go. You already clued up on that knowledge. All those years ago, was it oh gosh, educateyourself.org. Oh, Eisenhower. Is it Eisenhower? If I pronounce that right? His granddaughter's got a website and YouTube channel, and she is a wonderful soul. She has been trying to get information out for a long time, and I don't know too much about her content, but it's really, really useful tool just to gain bits of information. But yeah, I heard that too. The atmosphere, yes. Oh no, yes, Red Planet Hebrew. You see, this is what goes on sensationism. The distraction is Planet X, okay? Planet 9, I never fall for that, never have done. So when I look at the there's a gentleman called Against the Grain, I don't know if I shared that before. He does a mathematical breakdown from Croatia, lives in Europe. He's very, very talented in following the comets and watching live weather cams, breaking it down, using his computer software as well. Now, when I started watching the sky, I didn't need that at first. Yeah, I knew straight away what I was looking at. Just simple sky stuff, and learning a lot from other people. So what I know now is just what is in that sky on our atmosphere, even just above, you know, ordinary atmosphere, I suppose. It's iron oxide. Break the definition iron oxide down, and the pinkness, white pink at sunset and sunrise, so called sunrise. Oh gosh, I can't keep into it all night. I'm being tortured. So yeah, there's a lot. Ouch. Wow, that's really interesting. A golden fluxus of atmosphere. Yeah, I've studied the Sumerian tablets for over 5 years. Wow, I'll be fascinated to know what you know on that. Why don't you make a video on your channel about it, well, briefly? Because I'm sure there's loads of people would love to know. What's that? MRKABA? Is that another race? I don't know that. It's, what do you mean by that? My question mark doesn't work. My question mark. Does it work? No worries. Left or right? Which way do you mean? What do you mean? Highly recommend the Cycle of Life Sumerian tablets. Yeah, I would suggest if you've got any link to pop in the chat, do that and I'll have a look at it. I am heavily censored. Completely. Offline as well. No, that's right. Oh my goodness me, yes, you already clued up to that. Music is, I say, somebody did some really good videos a while ago, playing that music backwards and breaking down these spell words within the music. So I learned that long time ago. I stopped playing music in that regard, and I just play, you know, total relaxation best I can, and scripture, you know, audio affirmations. So totally, yeah. Different. I'm hearing there is different ones, yeah. The hybrids, yes, that's a, yeah, yes. Well said. That are hybrids and everything. I thought I've got so much. Do you believe in the firmament? Well, yeah, well, do you know something? If you don't realise there is so much not known, isn't there, in humanity? And where there's, it is debatable because there's so much different opinions on the firmament and on the spiritual context, scientific context, flat earth. Yeah, choose your picking. Oh gosh, whatever is going to happen is going to happen regardless whether there is one or not. You know, really is about the soul, the spirit soul of the individual. Because we do not battle with the flesh and blood. It is a complete demonic. Well, the demonic side eventually is going to lift, isn't it? They're not going to control this earth. They can't, you know, they're not going to control our spirits. For those that's already taken and gone for the Satanist side of life, well, they're already lost. Time's run out. So time's now. So we're living in what people say. and you know, scripture terminology, pastors, and they, I don't like sensationalism. So when people imply, you know, just for views and big channels, it's the end of times, you know, and all fear mongering. I knowledge the phone is completely rerouted. Everything's compromised. A practical life as well. So it's not just me though. You know, I'm just lucky to still be here. So there is a reason, because when I look back in my biblical, well, not biblical, but when I look at my bloodline, the when you're chosen, this is my theory, what you're chosen before you're born into the body of your mum, your spirit, your soul, your essence. And this is my theory anyway, my opinion. And to be born into this life. And yeah, well, when I'd become awakened to the mind house and being abducted, it's not abduction by aliens, it's more to do with the time and space continuum, and where the timelines, different timelines exist. I'm not into all that, but I'm just aware of all this information. Well, it's a lot of information. And where, unfortunately, Stargate, there are portals where these entities come in from, and they don't need bloody spaceships or UFOs. They've got the advancement technology, underground portals where they can go up to different planets in the space of minutes within their advancement technology underground. These bloodline families, with their connections, know all this anyway. You know, they've had this technology for a long time. So Matt Spears, there's other people, Donald Marshall about cloning. There's all these people over the years been getting information out, but sadly, powers that be have made sure they don't speak no more. Yeah. So you look at the military complex, industrial complex, it's more like 30, 40 years ahead in technology. They're working on these glass iPads. They already have them. We're still got the mainstream computers, iPads, phones, but they've already got the futuristic technology already. So when you look at movies and the storylines and the futuristic versions, you know, Thought Police. So what's that one called? Well, anyway, there's quite a lot of them out there, and it's always hinting at the technology that they're using in these movies and storylines and the scripts. It always makes you wonder, how would they come up with such you know, skills in script writing and putting this information and designing, you know, this type of technology for futuristic TV shows or movies. And so what I know now about certain subjects is like it's all linked together. So when you know the music industry is controlled, TV, radio, and when you read the patterns on the first implants, first medical study on the brain, the implants and mind control technology began in the 1950s before we evolved. Yeah, a lot of information. Yeah, yeah. A long time ago. I don't know where I found it by chance. I saw I've been looking for a long time for this, but I can't seem to find where I found it. It was a movie I watched a while ago called Sliding Doors, and then it was pure chance I found this. I don't know if it's a website or a document or what it was. I saw, and then I saw a video. Somebody caught ordinary man and his son going through a wall, like literally walking through a wall. They caught it on CCTV or something, and there's a couple of people coming from and two people going through, and I just pushed it off, because it's like, yeah, it could be GCI or graphic made or whatever. But as time's gone on, I know that this technology is available. It does exist. But you can't freely talk about it because a lot of people are not awakened, are they? They're not aware. They're just gonna like, oh yeah, whatever, and go back to their TV, radio, and everyday life and just brush it off. Because when I've caught a video of the sun meant to be setting at the moment, I can't go nowhere. I've got a dodgy right leg. Don't know if I've broken a bone or what at the moment, so I can't do anything. But anyway, when I have caught a video and I stopped, start and played it back, it's like I'm living in a matrix world. All around me, nobody looks up, observes their surroundings. Nobody sees what I see. And it's like, I sort of start, and I'm like capturing that image as I walk past or in front of me as I'm watching the sky. And it's like I can look right through them and they could be not even there. It's like they might be a shape of a body, of a human body, but it's like there's no soul in them. You get that sense of being in a place, but yet it's like it's not, where you are, and you're physically in that environment, but it's like all around you, it's like literally like a Truman Show. It's like absolutely the head down in the phones, or completely their soul is like, I just can't describe it. It's just so, my skin is like, oh, I just feel that negative presence as the dark entities are walking past in the shell of these human bodies. It's not all the time, but on the other spectrum, I have sent some beautiful guardian angels. They are real, in the human form, and it's amazing the experiences I've had in that subject over the years. It's just, I could write a book about it, but there's a lot of people experiences. It's not coincidence either, and it's like it's not just a human form. You could it's like you could be in a really targeted environment, really sort of horrendous environment going on, everything all at once. And then suddenly you see some beautiful two magpies, beautiful black and white, rare to see them, by the way. And just at that moment, and it just lifts your spirit. It's beautiful. Or like I saw on one of my social media posts on a different platform, and I saw nobody else was around. There might be one individual walking past, and as I was just feeling so drained, and my soul being drained, I could feel the attacks dark energy attacks trying to attack positivity. And it's like, and I saw this one tiny beautiful robin on a footpath near a busy road, and that's extremely rare. And when I saw that, I knew there was these guardian angels around, like a protection bubble kind of thing around me, which I can't see obviously, but I felt it. As soon as I saw that, it was always placed. It's all these little things like that always seem to place in my path, in my way, or I see it at a time where I need it. You know, and this is, yeah. So I just have that like sixth sense of able to see through souls now, the demonic souls, yeah. So, and then somebody's has set up really good channel called it's not called Star Seeds, but it's called something else. It's a lot of souls being born in to this, you know, this timeline, and depending on the time, obviously the year one's born, perhaps it may fit in particular portals and timelines. And yeah, basically star seeds to help humanity to move on to the higher level in the spiritual sense. I didn't really think like that. Didn't really sense that that kind of energy, that kind of perhaps that could be why people are chosen. You could choose perhaps a spiritual side of it, or you can go down the line of the genetics and the spiritual side. It could be a mixture of things in that regard. Yeah, so you talk about portals. Oh gosh, don't I know certain things. It's really it's not every day I get something that's talking about. Who knows, don't you? My listening. Right, I'll plug something. I'm giving myself. Oh, there it is. Just gonna read your comment. Portals, eh? It's like when I do recordings, if I'm live and you'll hear that sound, like it's not an actual sleep either. I know when certain things I can't mention publicly about are happening, and I can sense certain things happening to my physical body which I can't go into here, and I know what it is. But when I wake up in the conscious mind, but when your subconscious brain is being monitored, and yeah, things are happening in that regard. Wow, they can't take my soul though, can they? It's demonic at 1 o'clock. Oh, they like to hack into everything, not just the physical items. 2 hours I've been streaming. Right, they're hacking into my mind. There's 7 or 6 star portals on Earth. There's a documentary kind of like that. Yeah. That's it. Tesla's technology had all the technology. Yeah, all that time ago. We've got blueprints for magnetic engines and those field crop. Yeah, I heard something like that. I don't agree what he always does and his stuff he used to do. What's it called? Oh, Base Project. I think he's got a website and a YouTube channel. He's English. I don't always agree with Miles what he does, but some of the stuff, the old stuff, he used to get out about the cop cycles and how they were made. Well, it's like when you look at things now and you go back on that subject and you look at the design and know now about technology, which has been hidden from humanity. It's just been, it's like in England, Salisbury Hills. I've always been fascinated by the white horse, the design of the beautiful white horse in the hills. And I've always been fascinated to travel. I used to go on trains when my kids were little for the day, and there's a beautiful old ruins just nearby. But the train service wasn't very good, in the countryside area. At the time, I didn't know anybody, so we could drive around. I've always wanted to go to that area just to have a look around, but now I'm not in that position. But I used to hike years ago in the beautiful countryside, and I used to a couple of places when I used to take my kids near sort of like that area, not as close unfortunately, but then when I saw people that have and covered crop cycles and done the documentaries, well, I didn't know about this subject about portals or things, but I don't know anyway. Yeah. Yeah, now this is debatable subject. Third eye. Now, definition of the third eye, I'd like your take on that. Because when you can see through, well, me anyway, I can see through people very quickly. I never used to be able to do that. So this is where people are targeted. A lot of people what I imply they're in this targeted program. There's something, because this is where I have been classed as a high target. Everything in my life is sabotaged really, really strongly. And everyday things, just to get a simple little tap repaired of my own, I'm being blocked. Flat door repair is blocked. My ill health I have now, in the physical sense, even the equipment I need servicing is blocked. So all these things, practical things I need to survive in this, while I'm silly, obviously, in the practical sense, is being blocked, right? For deliberately. It's very dark and demonic, and they put people where I live in the area who are paid by the military. But it's not just the military, is it? They have offshores. They use agencies and companies and cover up their tracks and plant people in the flats pretending they're tenants and they're not. And I know what's going on. But there's certain practical things you can't just report. And even if you have devices in your room, the technology is very advanced. You don't need that. We're dealing with entities. We're dealing with, in the spiritual realm, and you don't need a locked door. They can get through without the door being locked. They can damage your goods. They keep damaging my laptop. They're hacking everything, and not just the body and the brain and everything else. So it's like, wow, I didn't even know the terminology with the targeted program. There was different levels. So I thought, well, let me just think about this for a moment, you know. And it's on a different platform again. There's other people like me out there worldwide. And I said to them on that platform, I said, what the hell is a high target? You know, the highest target kind of level. And obviously what I know now with my labs, and it's there's something genetic and in my bloodline that I have the ability, which I didn't know, you know, skills and ability and spiritual ability to raise, to go through these things. And it's no coincidence that everything that keeps happening on a negative level, I'll get through it eventually. It doesn't seem like it at the time, but eventually I'll do. Then also on a spiritual point of view, you know, because what I've noticed, and a lot of people out there, similar position, I've noticed when they do the videos, etc. It's definitely horrendous things that we go through. Is we find a way through. I don't know how to put it, but we find an avenue, an angle to get through it. Another minute, another day, another hour, you know, and you keep, it's like baby steps kind of thing. You keep going, and it's like every time you do that, the more attached you get, you know, the more suffocating kind of negative energy comes at you to really push you back down. And it's a constant battle, it's a constant fight. But I know there's guardian angels around, you know, and what it is it is, isn't it? It's like the third eye. It's like I used to be into all this new age stuff, but I know now different. But yeah, it's like all those natural things I was raised to learn about in the natural health, and I'm not an expert, but I know a lot of things in that regard, and I know how to heal certain things in a natural way. I can't do it physically as much as I used to a long time ago. But yeah, the body was not made for pharmaceutical industry, was it? And if you look into the folklore, the Scottish folklore and Cornish folklore in England, and the theory to do with fairies, especially fairies, you know, and you look into the history, which I used to do a long time ago, into hold on, let me just check something because of the time, gotta watch what I'm doing. Yeah, you see, there's no coincidence when you sense something, and the blue. There is a reason. They like the flowers known as bluebells and primroses. Yeah, and when I was young, there was always a little forest where we used to live, and as a family at the time when I was young. And there's me and my natural sister. We were taught about foraging, you know, and we were just the way we were raised. So if my mum was taught, her grandma was taught in history, and that part of South England where we were raised, It's very, very heavily into folklore, into fairies and pixies. Not so much pixies, but fairies. And I did a lot of written work when I was at school, and I always was getting top marks for my history. You know, I was very, very good at history for a long time. And I started learning about ley lines and about how to find water, you know, with rods, you know, and learning where the underground ley lines were. And when I used to travel in hiking down there years ago, when I was younger, I was so straight away able to tell there's underground water there, you know. Not, I don't know how, but I didn't know how I did it. But yeah, all those skills I had, I didn't even know I had them, and years later you forget about them. And well, that's life, isn't it? So, and when people make videos, or you know, like fantasy movies as well about these subjects, or cartoons or kids and stuff, and it's innocent cartoons like that would be great again for kids, but not what they got now, of course. You know what they're pushing now, going back to the ancient way of doing things, and bringing it out into modernisation in a creative manner, and helping people raise their vibrations. And but there's only a few people that's awakened, you know, around the world, and not everybody will be able to ascend up to higher vibration, and they may not even know what that means. And but it's really good to observe people are starting to, even though it's late in the day, and whatever happens, isn't it? What these dark entities like, it's a feeding, isn't it? They have to feed of the soul, you know. It's like every night, you know, the parasites have to feed of the dark energy. You know, they have dark energy, so they feed on my positivity. and they always have to trigger. So it's like I wake up and I can't hardly move because I know it's sucking my chest. I know it's not always radiation and the frequencies. I know what it is, so I have to countermeasure, you know. And it's like you have to keep going because they don't want people that's in a situation like mine to keep going. And it's like, oh my gosh, what the world we're living in. But yeah, it's really good to know that other people out there are seeing through all this stuff now. And it's time. Time is here now. We're living in that period of time now where these not UFOs, people are seeing through it, and people are realizing that, you know, as long as they know, not every the fear will come where they think these reptilians or different races are here for you know, the negative. Not everyone, not every species is going to be negative, and it's going to be a quick learning curve. And I think this is where the military has been going round. That's why I said about streaming, you know, gaming, because the military has been going around getting top gamers, very experienced in gaming and computers, you know, watching them and offering them a job in the military for the future of the AI drones. I found that out and I thought, well, good luck, because your soul's already lost if you agreed to do the deal with the devil or the demonic side of life. Anyway, I've talked enough now, I think. Let's see what happens after the Super Bowl, eh? What is a question for you though? What makes you have the opinion? I'm just gonna check the signs. What do you reckon with the signs? What do you mean by the signs? Ancient Secret of the Flower of Life, Volume 2 by, I can't pronounce that, DRUNVALAMELCHIZEDK, brings up the MBKABA. Ah, that's interesting. We must activate our MERKABA body of light to be conscious and aware after death. Yes, I have came across that already. I've only just come across it though. Your radio that turns your frequency. Yeah, the frequency of the body. Is that what you mean? DNA frequency as well. I feel neurotic. Is that right? REUROTIC. Sometimes, but I feel life is testing a stuff. Yes. For some reason, I believe in fairies. Okay. I see ultraviolet. Oh, is it? Did I pronounce that right? NUTRAVILIOT. Okay. They get enjoyment. Yeah. Oh, yes, that is good. You're like me on that one. Distilled water, baking soda, and sea salt is good for getting rid of radiation in the body. Thanks for that. I do this distilled water. I haven't done the baking soda. I do sea salt. We're getting rid of radiation. Thank you very much for that information. Yeah, sad, isn't it? If World War III happens, I don't think I want to fight for someone else's dream. Exactly. Exactly. Totally agree. The signs every day that life angels, God sends you. Yes. I'm just going to read that. The signs every day that life's angels, God sends you. Yes. Yes. I agree with that. Yeah. I have to keep reminding myself when they're attacking me. Yeah, for some reason I started seeing ultraviolet from the last year. So, do you see ultraviolet like do you know a long time ago when before my iPad broke on me? Oh my gosh. My moderator's disappeared, my ass. Oh, what was it? I saw, no terrible lie. I think it could have been after they tried to hit me again with a car. About 2014, before my iPad broke, and in my own this was. Something in the corner of my eye caught my eye. Something in my hallway caught my eye, the corner of my eye. I just got in, turned the light out. I was watching Go For It. Randy, is it Randy or something? It's a video channel that covered orbs, spiritual orbs. He was a gifted man and they had already come to him. And it wasn't demonic, it was always the spiritual orbs. So I just tried the theory a couple of times he suggested in his videos, and it was, I don't know what it was. I don't know why I did it, but I turned the light off, and I don't know what time it was now either, and the iPad's broken. I can't get the data off my iPad. It's a shame really, because it's really beautiful. And it was right by the corner, my white corner, the skirting board, a corp. And it wasn't dust, nothing like that. Not like what they're trying to spray the skies with, the iron oxide. And if I open the window open, it comes in my home. I have to keep cleaning the bloody place with my friends out. Anyway, and it was of like a really beautiful pinkish colour, like a really clear. I had to. It was really wasn't too long, and I just come in and said, "Well, if you're here, just if you want to show yourself, only positive healing, you know, garden angels here today. If you want to show yourself, just you know, you're welcome. You got a message for me?" The words I used, and then there it was, just showing up, and it wasn't a trick of the camera. So I thought, and I just saying thank you and blessings, short and sweet. And then I just stopped. I shared it once, and that was it. But I kept it private, and I stopped and zoomed in, and it was, I don't know, it took me from years and years when I was a kid, when I was with my brothers and sisters years ago in an old house. And I sensed something when my brother was always messing about, attending this old broken down house near a park that was haunted, and we went there, and I stopped near a stairwell, and I always knew. And I warned them if they went any further, there would be a really negative experience for them. And I was younger than them at the time. And I always sense a presence around me, warning me not to do something, if that makes any sense. And so, of course, there was something in me warned me to get them down, shouting them to get down, you know, from where they were. Eventually they did. Because it's like there's a sensation and the warning that I had a message for them to get out where they were was strong. And then I heard a loud noise. So I knew there was a negative presence. So as I come down where I was, my other sister, she ran up to a side outbuilding, and I too warned her not to go in there. But my elder brother and my other, two of them, always wanted to explore. And I warned him, if you go in there, it's not going to be pleasant. And I didn't even know what was in there. I just sensed something. And they did, and they found some certain things I won't mention here of a really demonic nature. So when everybody ran out of that area screaming, I didn't, because I already knew it was demonic. And even at that young age, and they ran up and they all swore a pattern to tell our mother. So I just brushed it off as like, I did warn you. And then when I saw these years later, as I got older, this orb, and that was that pink colour. And then I did it one more time, and it was like a light blue, a light turquoise blue, smaller shape of, you know, orb. last we touched subject. Wow, told you I'm being hacked. So it's on now. Let me just play this. We were taught about whatever is going to happen. Wow, it's never been that clear before. Types. I'll make the stream.
The call on the banks.
And I always knew that. And I always knew that. You notice that too. You notice that too. You know. May I sit around? Wow. I'm just going to pop in to see if he's around. So. He might be watching the Super Bowl. He doesn't watch any kind of things like that, I don't think. I don't know what the time difference is. What's the time for you in Canada? Because America is different as well, isn't it? Different time zones. So, let's have a look. Wow. They've got all this technology for a long, long time ago. Just have a look. Patterns. Let's have a look. Communication bridge device between a consumer electronic devices and smartphones, implantable medical devices. That's what they want to do in human bodies now. The bridge towards instructions and data between the consumer. This is all documents, Google patterns. This is Discord actually. I mean, this is one of my old moderators from a couple of channels I used to have. They took down or sharing too much good information. They didn't want the truth getting out, so they targeted me on a couple of channels I used to have. And I used to have a lot of followers, and they took them down. You know what they're like. I assume. Yeah, so it doesn't matter what social media you use, they're always going to be monitoring you. Always going to be monitoring on any platform. And it's a voice. It says I live like 30 miles away on my mobile phone, which I don't. And it says the same with my main internet connection. Why the hell am I paying for main internet connection when they keep hacking it? So what I've noticed also, those that claim they're targeted, okay, you cannot trust another individual, especially on social media, right? So it was good to see you, like yesterday, this woman called for just called a K in California. And thank you for just called it GN for bringing her just called a C to California and another guy called K, coordinating and getting everybody together, right? And then this other female just called her M hosting with an individual called Blue. Cyber Shield demonstration of radar vectors. So it is ironic, okay? They put me into this, but I'm nowhere in California. There was a woman that she used to talk to me from Australia till they got to her. And she just disrespected me to everyone else. It's just ironic. There's no such thing as targeted community anymore. And yet nobody in England like me ever gets together. There isn't no such thing as support network in England at all for anyone in a similar situation. So it's ironic that this woman, and just call her I for data protection, implies, they're American based, implies, oh, she is controlled by a guy called, just call it Blue, okay? She is heavily controlled because I know they get to all your family. You don't still have connections to your family members when you're targeted and singled out. You lose connections if you've got any kids. Mine's grown up, so I don't see my family or my grandkids anymore. They've made sure of all that. Oh yeah. And then they just rub it in your face on this other social media platform. Like, oh, we've got together for a social activity. Well, good luck to you. Each to their own. But I know they're not spiritual. I don't know about it, but I could tell when talking on the voice, this particular app, I can tell when I'm talking to them, they're not spiritual at all. They don't have that essence about them. I could just sense it in their voices. So you couldn't talk. And the guy just called it K, he was showing off his very well expensive car. Really expensive. And I thought, wow, you're playing and perfect teeth in his video thing, and all of the rest of them. I thought, you claim you're really going through the radiation and targeted, and how come you still got the use of your taps in your home? How come you got use of you're not lost your jobs or your home? You still got your family members connected. Yeah. And when I raise that, just generally in a subject or something, I get attacked. Really sort of like heavily, just like, don't want to know. Oh, is technology making you think like that? It's just my spiritual intuition. And it's all about technology. Really. So, whatever. Anyways, go back to the chat. This is what it is. You know, it's a shame, really, because it's not just that subject. The ego, yeah. Oh my gosh, the ego. Chips and people. Yeah, unfortunately. Oh, it's evening time. Ah, right. I know there isn't no coincidence. You're right. When you were a kid, I knew that stuff. I knew that one day you would be able to listen to music and change your song just by, there you go, just by your mind. Yeah, definitely. I know there's AI chatterbox as well, can compose people to get you to talk about things, but I don't care. They already know they can hack into your brains. What else can they do? Yeah, Neuralink and all that. Brain interface, D-Wave. Oh my gosh. Inconvenience is too inconvenient for humans. Exactly. Exactly. I use a BAMP. Yeah, that doesn't protect me either. Yeah, they still find a back door. It's military you're dealing with. I'm dealing with anyway. That they have, I can't even tell you what they hire, but I tell you, they find a back door. It doesn't matter what protection software you've got. They will get in no matter what. Yeah, I've tried all this before for a long time, and they still get in. Yeah, they still find a way through, even on the phone. Yeah, I know. It does. It absolutely. There's a guy you might want to check out on this subject called Dr. John Hall, and if you Google him or different search engine, or there's no such thing as a dark web because it's all military controlled anyway. CIA and all those years and years and years ago created the internet. IBM initially, wasn't it? All the computers to control all your data. Dr. John Hall is what you are very intellectual by the sounds of things. You're clued up. Mike, is it all gone grainy now? Let's listen to it. I noticed that. What's happened to my mic? Yeah, I know. It does. It absolutely. There's a guy you might want to check out on this subject called Dr. Oh, I meant to say Hall. John Hall. And if you Google it or different search engine, or there's no such thing as a dark web because it's all military controlled anyway. CIA and all those years and years and years ago created the internet. IBM initially. No worries. No worries. Look, it could be anybody's. It could be anybody's. Yeah, it's like I don't know if you've got your own place or what you're into, you know, but it is so important now to be spiritually awakened. Absolutely. I know Empowered, bless his heart, he's going through it in England. He's got no ego. He's got a good heart. Trouble is, he lives miles away from me. If we live closer, we could help each other out. I said to him, you could live here, well, not live here, but stay here in the city and help me out with some DIY jobs I need, perhaps. And yeah, but trouble is, like you said, he's had shared houses before. He just wants his own space, but what he's going through too, he's clearly aware of the spiritual side as well. Like-minded souls, you could say. I really don't give a monkeys anymore. It's like I'm thinking like, I need this, I need that. No, my fridge, my fridge broke on me on Christmas Day. All my food was rotten. I was raised in a period of time to, you know, make do. We had an old house, so we had the log fires, we had the old-fashioned cookers and outsheds, and we grew our own food, self-sufficiency. So I picked up a lot of tips from my late mum growing up. So I'd always been certain things I won't mention here, but I was able to just, I still got to go through the dates and things I've got, and water and things, because I can't go out and about at the moment because of my leg, you know, and they set me up not to repair my wheelchair. So the right side of my lever, it's like 2 new motors put on only 3 weeks ago, and the right side lever's loose already on the back of the motor, which controls the brake. And if I use it, it might come out of control or end up getting injured. But I know my guardian angels around me. I have not gone out of it unless I need supplies. So I'm not going out of it at the moment because my leg, I can't put any weight on my right leg. So I know I cracked a bone of some sort. It's very painful. So yeah, makes me very tired quickly. So I've slept a bit earlier, so I'm still awake. But I can't put any weight on it, can't do any paperwork. You know, every time in my physical existence, it's always paperwork. My emails get hacked. My main mail gets rerouted. I pay whatever I pay with the postal services. My mail gets opened, it gets rerouted. It just is, it really is a demonic earth. You know, what's on this earth? It's like, imagine the earth as a ball, theatrically speaking, and it's wrapped around like a wired grid of satellites and these hairy hands kind of thing. It's like trying to push everybody down into earth, you know. And it's like, no, our star seeds breaking out everywhere, which is really, really good to have that visualization. But you need to be extremely careful whatever you post, whatever you say, because there's no longer any freedom of speech on any platform. And when I joined a different platform earlier yesterday on a social media, I didn't know it was China that owns the particular app, which I now know. So I won't be doing much of that anymore. But I've got a lot of books actually, but the environment, the situation I'm in, I don't really have space for bookshelves. Yeah, it's just ridiculous, but yeah. I forgot what I was going to say now. Don't normally happen. But anyway, so if anyone's uploaded anything about a fake balloon, can you believe that? Oh, it's only 5 to 12. No, it isn't. They've hacked my phone. You demons. Just saw them hack it. My lord. My gosh. Every time they hack my phone, it keeps saying low on storage. Low on storage. It's not, you know. I delete all the stuff that, you know, like a mini computer in your hand. Artificial intelligence is here. You know, they're pushing the megadata. It's a bit like that Second Life. Second Life, was it an Apple website? And you could have just bear with me a minute, I'm just searching something. Just bear with us a minute. Okay. Okay, they're all going live. Right, okay, because the time difference in Canada and America. Canadian prepper uploaded red alert. DEFCON activated. Shite is happening. You got a pastor called Paul Bradley, is it? It's live. US shoots down a pop object over. Yeah. My lord. They're all going a bit late, aren't they, because of the time difference. I would have been 3 hours. Yeah. No, I don't either. Not anymore. Oh, knowledge. I just learnt it. I'm not expert at all. Bear with me. Knowledge is all we have. Yeah. Yeah, good or bad, true. It's just knowledge. It's all knowledge, yeah? I want to watch your stream more now. You know, no, I live it, unfortunately. Yeah. No, I don't. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is fear mongering. It is fear mongering. Let me see if I can play one of them. Gotta watch Canadian prepper.
Looking at old camera photos.
The truth about flying objects. Okay, but this is a large channel, YouTube channel one can watch. Canadian prepper. It sounds a lot of stuff about survival, equipment, and practical level.
Really washed.
I think it might be ex-military, not of the negative part, you know. You never know, do you? I think that's why they're always hacking me, because they hate me getting information out. Oh my goodness me, they've got to set you up with all sorts. I tried to help somebody I know. He was badly set up. He's the one that taught me a long time ago about the reptilian subject, the Nephians, and some certain things he told me about his family. And he sent me some pictures. He sent me some loads of links, actually. And I was horrified. Oh my God. The first time I woke up to the subject, oh my God. I'm looking at it and I'm replaying and I'm seeing hybrids. I'm seeing this. I'm seeing you have to be careful with technology, of course, because anybody can do anything these days. But what he was sharing and pictures and his life, and he's only young. I think he only I think he's 10 years older than you. He's like the age of my son. So as my son stopped talking to me, I know my son's a TI. I got to him a long time ago because he has to do what he has to do, doesn't he? He's got a child, you know. He's got a pert wife, a honeypot wife, ex-wife. So they got to isolate you to psychologically, isn't it? So they've got to tear you down in this program. But no, when there's somebody I know, they set him up. I warned him. I sent him information best I could about the subjects I know about law in England, different subjects in that, and how if he does what he's doing, going to get him in trapped as a individual. That's what he knows, and he describes what's happened to him physically. It is definitely they're draining him because the DNA of the nephew and the darker side of the reptilian side of the family is from his father's bloodline, and so I don't know how they met each other, his wife, and when he sent me evidence of the shape shifting of his father and his brother, I'm like, you what? I'm like, I'm having to research this independently, you know, and it's like, and then I'm looking at his photos he also sends of other things that his brother and father's hinting at him, and then he questions if it's really his dad. So certain subjects I know about genetics and the underground dumps and the military operations and the adoptions, and subjects I know about breeding subjects, satanic side, how you're either taken and things are happening to you like me, and not just females, it's both sexes, and or you're a breeder to have kids for certain satanic reasons, the female point of view, or you have this child and you are going to subject it to such things and let it be used for these demonic reasons. So when I connected the dots of what he sent to me, it was horrific. It was really horrific to realise that the kind of world we're really living in, the knowledge had been hidden from humanity for so long. Wow, it's a wake-up call, that was, the past 18 months. And it's like, so they had to set him up to stop him doing that even more. So they used his mother to set him up. And he's still where he is. They did it to someone else. He's in America. They really did go to town. He was helping a lot of people like me. That's how I got to know my moderator Mo, on the other channels I had. And Mo's always been 100% straight up, very spiritual, awakened man, very gifted. And if it wasn't for him, I wouldn't know half the things I know on the spiritual side anyway, wouldn't remember. And he has that about him, certain things I can't mention here, and to let me on certain things about my own family, and my father I didn't know, and about his side, his genetic side of the bloodline family, which I've been researching on and finding things out of. So yeah, it's an eye opener. So that man that got set up his beautiful 2 dogs in the van, his home, he was recycling plastics cans or whatever it was, and there was 2 females because he got so really badly tortured, and his dogs too. And the podcast I used to listen to, this American in New York, I think they lived, and he was given an outlet for these 2 individuals who are really badly targeted and homeless. So I would listen in occasionally, and I'll follow Nappy's channel and his streams, and it was a lot of really good, a lot of people going through so much pain and alone, and that was like a last resort for a lot of people to go to for moral support. So when Mo was the moderator, and I got to know him, and then he was my moderator, a couple other people, quite a few people, and then my channel's got took down. So of course now this woman came on the scene about a year or so and a half ago, and I think she's in Canada, and she never posted anything up about her practical life, her tortured life. She's still married, she's still got a family, still got a house, a job. All she'd do is post things about technology, about the internet, what sites to look for, how to protect your main internet computer. Well, I don't know about anybody else, but everybody flocked to her. My moderators I used to trust flocked to her, apart from me. And this guy, he's very talented and good man from Israel, flocked to her because of his skills in research. And they all believed in her because what she used to do, we used somebody else who lived in California, a female, who's still about. And she would troll the Twitter accounts of people claiming to be targeted. And before you know it, that all my moderators flocked over to this woman's channel, just called her B, and next thing you know, yeah, they cut me out. So I thought, okay, whatever, your loss, not mine. And I'll set up a couple of channels myself, and different platforms, and did start research myself on different subjects related to this and the bigger pictures I know now. So yeah, thanks to Mo, he's always been there. And when I try to help what I know now about law in America as well, this guy, and so he could keep his dogs and get the 2 women that set him up, you know, made up claims about I can't mention publicly here, and they stitched him up big time. He's in prison now. He's lost his home, the van, the dogs, and I don't know how long he's in there for. So all I heard recently is that nobody can contact him, the messages not getting through to him in prison, and they set him up. So we either set up with a mental health card, you know, in a major way, or you're set up with the prison system, because anyone with a light about them, with a star seed, with a pure heart about them, if you're not part of the cabal, or the Satanists. They've got to get you another way. So, you know, in the targeted program anyway. And Mo, bless his heart, you know, if it wasn't for him putting me in contact with somebody in New Zealand on a key, very important subject, the last subject I needed to study in law, to help me in a serious matter that I was being set up for, yet again, but a very serious matter, then I know it's still going on, but not as heavy yet. You know, it's still going on every day. Could be another letter, could be another scenario, you know, that's going on. It's like a movie, really. You know, I'm like in a parallel world, you know, sliding doors is like my reality. But he's always been constant, Mo, and a spiritual man. And at that time, you know, he's got that spiritual gift about him where I wouldn't post nothing. I wouldn't contact him on any platform. And at that time that I'm getting real bad shite on my plate, not of my doing, by the way, he would send me some links and something, and I'll look it up, and that would be like a protected. That would trigger off like a positive spiritual essence around me, protection around me. And I remember, I do affirmations, and I remember. It doesn't always work. When you're getting bombarded, it doesn't always work. Anyway, I was trying to look at a proper channel. There's always bloody adverts. They always make sure I can't sleep as well. Canadian Prepper. Let's hope they don't do anything to. Alright, Off-Grid Desert is better. It usually comes up some good stuff.
Hello, everybody. This is Paul from Off-Grid Desert Farming with Paul and Adrian. This is February the 12th, 2023, and we have some new breaking news that the fourth balloon or unidentified flying object has just been shot down over Lake Huron. So this is the fourth shoot down of a UFO, an unidentified flying object, has just been shot down a couple hours ago, or maybe less than an hour ago over Lake Huron. Let me bring you all the breaking news on this. This is just coming in. So look at the date, folks. I want you to see the date, February the 12th, 2023. That is today. So this is not yesterday or the day before. He said South Carolina nuclear installation personnel saw a pill-shaped object hovering in the sky before the U.S. Air Force shot it down or shot down the balloon. That updated. The U.S. Air Force has downed a hexagonal-shaped object over Lake Huron on Sunday. That is today evening.
Hold on. What did you just say? Hold on.
Spokesperson. And they're calling this a hexagonal-shaped object. G4S security personnel working at a South Carolina nuclear installation plant reported seeing an unidentified pill-shaped object hovering in the southern sky. At the same time, the Chinese spy balloon passed to the north and headed east toward the Atlantic Ocean. The security workers sent a sole message to Shepherd Umbrella Show host Bethany Adani to relay the information on what transpired on site on the morning of February the 4th in the skies around the installation. So they're talking about the one that happened about a week ago that they shot down. So let me go to the new shoot down. So this is Twitter says just in current Nottingham noticed an airman over Lake Huron appears to be significantly large and covers almost a quarter of the lake. And this is dated right here. You can see February the 12th. So this is coming in from today. So they have issued a no-fly zone over this particular area, and they did shoot this object down. This is the fourth shoot down in about no visors. So this is another tweet. You can see the date on it down here, February the 12th, 2023. You can see these search planes right here. These surveillance planes are going around in circles, trying to locate this object. Here's another tweet. Breaking U.S. Air Force KC-130 and accompanying of 2023. This is from today. Updated. The U.S. Air Force has downed a hexagonal-shaped object over Lake Huron on Sunday evening, according to Air Force spokesperson. Michigan Representative Alicia Stokes.
So when they say, I don't know if you know this, when they say a pill-shaped object hovering in the sky over US Air, the US Air Force shot it down, right? He's put a link in. Let's have a look at the link. If it opens up. It's man-made. Yeah. Okay. SC nuclear installation personnel saw a pill-shaped object hovering in the sky before the US Air Force shot it down. Hexagon shape. It's very obvious. That was over Michigan. Oh my goodness me. You can't believe the G4S Limited Company. They have contracts in America and in England working at South Carolina nuclear installation. Well, look, come on. You've got, okay, in one hand, so to speak, you've got man-made, these from since at least 1940s, from the underground bases, military bases, and the alien technology, Neptune or whatever races did the deal to give them technology. And you look at the German connection all those years ago, and then into America, and they've been developing this in Antarctica. And with the different races, non-human race, not just reptilians, are they? Are not just the negative races, but yeah, and the negative ones are the soul catching. They're pushing the Super Bowl sample half time, getting all the devil signs and all their symbolism. They're pushing over in England is off the charts what they're doing now. It's just ridiculous. So on this article, it implies at the same time the Chinese spy plane. Let me just check my connection. Spy. They call it as a spy balloon. The north headed east towards the Atlantic Ocean. Wouldn't be too surprising that happens near England, but I doubt it. So, hovering in the southern sky at the same time. Look, how long has civilization been around in ancient history? Like you said yourself, in the ancient artifacts, they've had images of this long before now. There's nothing new, is it? So let's have a look through. But look, when you have the they're talking about nuclear war. Do you know what that's going to do, don't you? So, of course, yeah, in the article, they're pushing. They've got a Twitter, I think, but in the article, you've got YouTuber Depo7 chimed in and made it clear that the US Northern Command issued a no-fly zone over the area. I already knew this hours ago when it first got out. and things could be connected to the balloons. There was something going on here, he says. Eyes to the sky, get your cameras. Twitter users all posted, it's happening, no UFO, no flying zone. It was sensationalism, isn't it? They're pushing the UFO. Well, I don't know if I can open Twitter. I think they must have blocked me. I don't know. Let's have a look. It's over lake, not inland. The image. Deep State Distraction Theatre. One more UFO I spotted. Just condensed to when you appoint leaders. Would you rather you not watch the negative collapse? Will they once again escape public scrutiny? People are spiritually waking up. Okay, so it's over Michigan. It's like the map. You got Detroit and Chicago. It's a bit ironic, that location though. The Bay Area in their map. Actions always happen over America. I'm just saying, it's not a Hollywood movie. So it must be China or military stuff. I'm just reading the comments and their Twitter responses. They're chasing a submarine. But whose submarine? Love wasting fuel for a psyop. There's a lot of waking up going on. Wow, so awesome. It's travelling right above the water. That's one fast moving balloon. Is the military like letting Joe actually fly these missions? It's just so amazing to see people just not falling for the BS anymore. Flying iceberg. Have them all the time. Has the fake alien invasion started? Planned false BS. Funny why Big Brother turning and following the border. 8 Canada skies part of the NOID. Isn't it really? Whatever. Okay, call it a day now. There you go. Just gotta try and get some shut eye. Well, I'm gonna see about looking into. Yeah, that's it. Nukes we finally had the technology to shoot down the gods. 6 BBC main office buildings were protested at. Do you mean UK BBC main offices in London? PBR are actually standing up in England and don't accept their news. Yes, I saw that. And do you know that guy, when he tried to chop off a certain statue, I saw that video. Well, I saw a link to it. He got arrested. Oh my goodness me. They've already got a secret space force. Did you know that? Yeah. Couldn't believe about the China jumping on board. The bloodline families. The German, yeah, exactly. We're in from gets and most UFO sightings every year. Today, also one of the most active ley lines. Wherever you go, you see, they do follow the ley lines, the geography of Mother Earth. You know, these underground bases are my labs. The Project Bluebeam and I'll just put the website link if you want to have a look. It's streaming across the stream on the channel. I'm going to type in the spelling my lads military black operations, and if you don't already know, military. Oh, I just said that. Look into the I wonder if I still got the website. I might not have it. Look into, well, you already know about this, I'm sure, because you're studying ancient history, aren't you? So I'll just put that in. Yes, yes, yes. I thought you worked that one out. Yeah, I thought you worked that out. They're attracted to the nuclear activity, fighting against it. There you go. I knew you worked that one out. I worked that out a long time ago. I had a gut feeling about it. Okay. It's bloody a pain. I can't move my body properly. Do you know something? I don't know about anybody else, but do you ever get a feeling you're on this earth for a reason? Especially this time we're going, the times we're in. And yeah. Wow. Oh. Don't feel warm, but I've got a bloody painful leg. See if there's any update. Have you got a video out? That's not a balloon. That's going too quick. Oh, that's not a balloon. It doesn't even look like military either. I think they released this. Let's have a look. See if I can find the actual Twitter account. I God, I don't trust UK media either. Bear with me. Oh my God. What? The alien craft and balloons, really? Alive. Oh my God. Oh my gosh. Weird signs in the skies. Everybody's jumping on it now. Okay, let's see if I can get anything else up. It didn't open, did it? The Pastor Paul just. Oh no. Hold on. What's going on? That's unfortunate. New Zealand's got really bad weather. You wouldn't believe it. It might be Nebro as well. There's so much, isn't it, going on? And now they're talking about the cult of the Hollow Earth. Oh my gosh. These are the times we're living in. Okay.
If you're between 40 and 65 years old,
Why are they always pushing life insurance?
This message.
85 new pieces have actually been found. This is the second break. Or just has brought it to a situation they started to break up again for a second time. And here, February 6th tweet, but it happened on January 3rd, right? Look at the fake estimated altitude. How do I prove it's fake, dude? Well, first off, these are super low Earth orbit satellites. When we had a solar, the space station and the space shuttle, the highest low Earth orbit satellites from 2009 to 2014, and they're starting to come 5 miles in the sky. And I'm about to prove that to you too. It's a crock of shit. All right, here it is again. Cosmos 2.
Trying to say that's what they found.
James Kaufman, World News Report today. Today's February 12, 2023, 2 p.m. Central here in the U.S. God bless you and yours, no matter where you are in the world. Please subscribe, give us a thumbs up, ring that bell for critical future updates. It looks like China's getting in on the action.
It's over yet to see China.
Unidentified flying object near the yellow circle here of Shandong, with
on the coast.
U.S. military shot down it. Quote, and we're preparing to shoot it down. Monday, Sunday morning. An object defended.
Oh well, by the time I wake up, will there be something in the UK news? Oh my gosh. Okay. Oh well.
I was like, but I don't even know. I don't even know. Yeah.
Okay. Let's get to bed now. Now UK time's ahead. We're ahead of America. World News, yeah, that's it. World News. Let me go back to it.
It's not a very good tune, dude.
I'll find it again. Let's have that. World News Report today, it's called. What the alien craft and balloons really are. Let's listen to what it says. He's got a good take on Siamese of the sun and Hebrew. Well, he doesn't call it Hebrew. He just is about the sun and the way he takes the P out of the technology that NASA uses. Well, I let it run for a minute and then I'll have to say good night, good day, whatever time it is for me. It's morning time now. Oh, my God, message.
James Kaufman, World News Report today. Today is February 12th, 2023, 8 p.m. Central here in the U.S. God bless you and yours, no matter where you are in the world. Please subscribe, give us a thumbs up, ring that bell for critical future updates. Ladies and gentlemen, with all the hoopla happening around the globe,
Trading is not for everyone, but if you are a trader, plus 500 is the...
It's really going on. A week or two ago, I learned that several, not one, but several low-orbit Soviet satellites had exploded. You may or may not know that the Soviet Union actually used a missile to shoot one of their own satellites out of space, and then supposedly our space station had to steer around that debris field. And that was just recently. That debris field is incredible. They're tracking over 130 or 120,000 objects. They're over about 6 inches, and well, we'll just say about 20 times more than that. Almost 1 million objects that are under a foot. So what happened? What is all this falling on Earth? Why do they look all of a sudden like pieces of a satellite, like octagons? But I have to realize that a satellite is made up of things like tinfoil, if you've ever been to the Space Museum. And remember, these were very shady Russian satellites, and they were in low Earth orbit. And look at the date. Look at the date here. This is late. I'm going to show you all that SATCOM says the satellites broke up on February 4th. February 4th. Again, this is Popular Mechanics, always not the first to the show. But I did want to show you all that Russian Cosmos 2499 satellite was launched in 2014. It recently broke into 85 pieces. Pose a debris hazard for century. Experts aren't sure why it broke apart, though. See, anybody is watching.
Paulson's got an image of it.
Shooting down, and they're having fun watching y'all do it. Or they're having fun watching y'all while they do it. Let me rephrase that. So it broke into 85 pieces that they're tracking.
No.
To track a piece, it has to be a certain size.
That's comets breaking off.
Were extremely
tail end of Hebrew.
It's
got to be.
Discuss what that means. Does anyone know how high the orbit of? There's a lot of lies I found written in NASA's journals and NASA's papers. But even the space station orbits between 190 and 225 miles, which I'm about to show you. But they've got to scrub all the information on all the satellites breaking apart.
Anyway.
And what we're doing is we're obviously picking them up, and they can be a very light piece of tinfoil or a piece of one of the solar arrays or something of this nature. Again, these were 2014 top secret satellites, and they're coming down all around the globe. There's a total of 9 of them. It's just not here. A mysterious Russian satellite. Who's this? Gizmodo, another tech website, launched in space in 2014, has experienced a second breakup event. Now, it's already exploded once. Now it's exploded a second time. About 9 years after. They must have hit something, guys. Or one of these articles does admit that solar winds and clouds does take these satellites out of orbit.
Oh no.
We're about to look at those too, because there was just a recent launch of those. We saw that 40 out of 49 were taken out of orbit a day after the launch just because of space weather, right? So this is total lies here. They want you to believe that this extremely low orbit satellite was at 727 miles. I'm about to prove to y'all that there's very few satellites, if any, anywhere near that distance, okay? More just total crap put out by the USBS. All right, Gizmodo, secret Russian satellite. And this is what it looks like when, well, there were 9 launched together and they're all falling apart. They said that there's 2499, 2498. But again, this is one that actually broke apart twice. There was also 2998 that was launched in 2013 that also broke apart just recently. Cosmos 24, February 6th tweet. But when you actually get to the tweet, and they keep saying it's at 727 miles, that's a complete lie. A complete lie. Low Earth orbit
It is so funny the way he speaks.
Miles, period. Period. And I'm about to prove it to you, as usual. Red Dawn scenario.
Oh my god.
Hey guys, how's everybody doing? Big Change, great to see you.
Oh dear God.
This is just 1-0, but what
This
I
world
can
is
do is
messed
show
up.
you that SATCOM,
I keep streaming.
SpaceX
Cut me off.
fallen out of orbit after solar storm.
Oh,
40 of
good
the 49 CubeSats, these small little octagon-shaped satellites, kind of like what we shot over. And a lot of these are made of what appears to me to be, and I've been to the Space Museum in DC. They had to actually, some guards had to remove me because I was laughing too hard on the ground. True story, unfortunately. When I saw the actual capsule that 4 people went to the moon 10 times, I mean, guys, there wasn't even enough room for their food and pee there for one day. The whole thing was a joke. So, SpaceX is losing satellites because they've selected such a low orbit. When these solar flares, these strong solar winds that we saw over the last week, what happens? They're pushed out of orbit, and they're actually some kind of space debris that we have to deal with. Here we go again. Low Earth orbit definition. Now they give you a screwball definition, okay? 1,200 miles. But let me just show you how much crap that bullshit is. It's total crap. If we look where the space station, it's at 190 to 330. It's never been 330 miles. 250 miles is the furthest the space shuttle or station has ever been. Here we see it again, 190 to 130 miles, right? 304 kilometers to 528 kilometers. And NASA is currently lying about what low space orbit is. So for some reason, they've scrubbed everything about all these other satellites. Again, its sister satellite launched in 2013 also blew up. What was that? That story about that's how I remembered all this crap happening. 2498 also came down. It was launched a year earlier. And then again, all those low orbit satellites, SpaceX, these weren't the first. This is 2022. They already had several thousand at that actual distance. They had just not been hit by a CME like they had been that day. So there's several thousand. You know, SpaceX has plans for over 84,000 small CubeSats in low Earth orbit, which is about 150 miles, as we just figured out. I don't know why they're lying about it. Low Earth orbit, 727 miles. We've never even been 727 miles above this plane. I can guarantee you that, okay? Look here, low Earth orbit, 1,200 miles. No, it's not, because the space station is 190 miles. The space station is at 190 miles up. Quit fucking lying. I'm tired of the shit, right? Look. Low Earth orbit definition by who? All right. Just a few hundred miles above Earth, about 150 miles if you want the truth. So, for example, NOAA 20 orbits just about 150 miles up. They promise us that it goes 22,000 miles above Earth. I find that impossible to believe. I think the Van Allen radiation belts would have ripped it into pieces by now. All right, here we go. The 18th Space Defense Squadron. What's the date? Here's the date. February 6th. February 6th.
Between 40 and 65 years old and don't have life insurance, then this message is for you. It's the cheapest time for you to get life insurance to protect your family. As little as £14 a month for £250,000 to £1 million in cover. All you have to do right now is take our quick and easy 3-question quiz. Click the button under this video and do it now. See if you qualify for coverage from just £14 a month. The video that you want to watch on YouTube will be right here when you're done. It only takes 30 seconds. We have car insurance in case of car accidents, home insurance in case of home accidents. So why aren't you protecting the most important things to you, your family, your life? Take our quiz now and click below to get started.
Hello and welcome. You're watching Gravitas with me, Molly Duffy. Here's a look at what's lined up for you on the show tonight.
Got one, didn't I? Wow, that was interesting. some information on there. Like that. Wow, just in the sun, eh? Look what they did to him. Wow, wow, wow. Ex-Twitter face. Oh, there's so much deception. There's so much going on. Right, let's end this stream with some affirmations if we can find something. They're going fears, isn't they? All the mainstream news channels are covering all this. Yeah, he's covering about the news report. Keep coming.
This interview leads me speechless. It's bigger than natural selection and theory of relativity.
I believe this is the most sensational information to ever.
All right, try this again. I don't mind giving the report completely over. All right, let's see if we can get this thing going. Looks like we have a feed. James Kaufman will news report today.
Again, he's streaming. He's getting hacked as well.
8:30 p.m. Central here in the U.S. God bless you and yours, no matter where you are in the world.
They don't like the truth, do they?
And that bell for critical future updates.
Listen.
It turns out that Russia launched about 9 super secret low Earth orbit satellites from 2009 to 2014, and they're starting to come out miles in the sky. And I'm about to prove that to you too.
My gosh.
It's a shit. All right, here it is again. Cosmos 2 in February 6th.
Wow.
85 new pieces. That's really not the deal. Space Defense Squadron said that it broke up on January 4th. And then, oh shit. And this was the second breakup. This created another 85 pieces large enough that they can track them. This is what's falling all around the globe here. Pieces of aluminum foil, pieces of very light materials. Small satellites. Again, these satellites went out from 2009 to 2014. Top secret, low Earth orbit, and they want you to believe for some reason it's at 750 miles, and that's some kind of low Earth orbit. Well, all you guys know that the space station and the space shuttle, the highest that they've ever been is about 250 miles. And they want you to believe that this one's 3 times further up and it's super low orbit. That's the biggest crock of crap in the world. It was super lightweight. And again, 9 of these have broken up, and they've all happened. 2 of them, one of them on January 3rd. I'm just showing you an easy one here. These 8 pieces, and the fact it happened on the 4th year, right before we started seeing all these ships coming down. Could they just be light pieces of one of these satellites that broke apart? I'm going to show y'all what low Earth orbit really is, right? A mysterious Russian satellite that was launched in space in 2014 has experienced a second breakup event. Second. Why is it breaking out? Well, solar weather, solar winds, and also it's so low in the atmosphere, it's being pushed into the actual atmosphere itself, which is breaking it apart. 85 new pieces have actually been found. This is the second breakup. Obviously, a solar event and or just the fact that it's been in orbit for a decade has brought it into a situation of orbit that it started to break up again for a second time. And here, a February 6th tweet, but it happened on January 3rd, right? Look at the fake estimated altitude. How do I prove it's fake to you? Well, first off, these are super low Earth orbit satellites. When we had a solar storm just the other day, SpaceX had 49 CubeSats sats being released. 40 of them ended up on the ground. And let me say that before that, they had put tens of thousands of satellites in this same orbit. In other words, in the same height of orbit. Now they are putting them in a higher orbit now, but they have thousands in this orbit where a solar CME, coronal mass ejection, knocked 40 of the 49 out when they were deployed. What great timing, but imagine the other several thousand of them. They're in such low Earth orbit, if we are getting hit by all these solar winds and the coronal mass ejections, they're also being knocked out of space. Lots of debris is also up and above the satellites we've looked at that are Russian. You can guess or bet, I would put Vegas odds, SpaceX CubeSats also falling out of orbit because of the solar activity, right? A C++ baseline with M flares all day long and an X flare. Now let me show you now. What's so important is I realize that they actually put this tweet out on January 4th, right? Gosh darn it. And look, hashtag, the first hashtag is hashtag space debris. And then Space Tracking Organization, you have Spacecom, you have Space Force. What a total joke. All right. We covered that one. I want to cover everything. We know that there's a good chance that a lot of these CubeSats that SpaceX put up, the first 10, 20,000, altogether they plan on putting almost 100,000 up, maybe more now. They might have expanded. Several thousand, and they were all at this altitude. And when this CME hit, they were just being deployed, and the 49 hit, came right back to Earth and blew up on the ground. Remember when everyone was so mad that China had a piece of their rocket, or two pieces, I guess, two different launches?
Wow.
Earth,
Makes sense, doesn't it? The Porsche.
Everyone was fine. Well, they found these CubeSats all around the globe, and not necessarily all up hit the water, period. Right? Right. Low Earth orbit definition. So look at the definition they give you, which is a total joke.
They break it down.
1,200 miles. Now, you guys are smart. Why, first off, would they put low Earth orbit as 1,200 miles?
Exactly.
They said that we go up to 17,500 miles for some of our orbits. No, there's no chance that we've ever been that far from the planet. Watch. Low Earth orbit, NOAA 20, for example, orbits at about 150 miles, as I'm just telling y'all, above Earth. Okay, it has to travel 17,000 miles a day to stay in orbit. I don't care. It only goes as high as 150. I'm about to show you right here. The space shuttle, of course, you can figure it out. Space shuttle. They're not even in low Earth orbit, but they're only
It's all connected
How
to
the
the
highest space shuttle, the space station has ever been is 250. And the space station
You can go watch
about
this
the
live,
same
streaming it live.
as the space shuttle. But we're talking about 109 miles, not 17,000 miles or 300. I think 30 is pushing. I think they're trying to use 3 to let everyone know that it's in the loop. It's a joke. Joke. That's what that 3 below 3 3 times. See down here? They keep doing it so that y'all see. Y'all see. Not to believe this, right? Here we go again. This is .edu, JPL, 190 to 330, right? Above sea level, depending on the mission. That's the International Space Station. Okay? Let's see if they give an orbit on that. I know it's not going to be anything. They tell us, I know it's extremely low. It's below 250. Let's see. Yeah, shuttle, 190 miles. The highest it had ever been was 250 miles. Space station, 250 miles. It's the highest it's ever been. But they're telling you all of a sudden that these little paper satellites they launched that were in extremely low Earth orbit, they were thinking about falling out. Well, they were at 17,000 miles, James. No, they weren't. Nothing's that high. Nothing has been that high. We don't even really know if the moon's 244,000 miles away. But we do know that if there is a space station and if we actually had a space shuttle, they never went above 250 miles from this planet. And that would be an orbital situation, okay? So for some reason, they don't want you guys to know they killed my entire presentation. I must be over the target as usual. But we also have all that space debris, over 120,000 pieces. And I'll pull some of that debris up for you guys, but I can't. I know that it increases every single day, so that's the worst part about it. So many. Space debris. Where is my space debris? I might not be able to find it, guys. But trust in me. They're up there. There you go. Should be a good satellite map. I'll just accept all the cookies because I'll be able to get rid of them anyway. Alright. So this tells you these are all the orbits. This tells you every satellite, every piece of space debris, and if you click on one of them, it's a very heavy program. It's going to tell you when it was launched, who owns it, what it's a piece of, and there's, well, they say that they're tracking hundreds of thousands of pieces here around the globe. These are what we call, look, I'm going to back up. These are what we call low Earth orbits. None of those, but these. These are low, that is a low Earth orbit. That is a low Earth orbit. Anybody, that is not a low Earth orbit. Anybody that thinks that we don't want these orbits, well, guys, you're in, get your head out of the sand, okay? Get your head out of the sand. That's a very, very long ways from where you're headed. Let's see how much information they have on these things. Wow. We've got them all.
Yeah.
NORAD's got a number for each one of them. The DoD, U.S. Air Force is the operator here.
It's just a lot of research.
Is it low Earth orbit, which are the ones that are right here around, almost making a fence. So it doesn't look like it'd be impossible to get out of the planet. You can move it around. There's no holes. There's no holes. I will say this. There's holes in the South Pole right there. is close to the North Pole, right here. And that's how they get the rockets out when they have to do it.
It doesn't cover subject.
It goes around the North Pole and then it swings up, period.
Other things.
It's the only way they can get them out.
I'm more interested in reptilians or shifting demons.
We're like the worst creatures in the universe.
The creatures
we
are
almost destroyed this little area around our planet with all this debris. Most all of it are satellites that don't even work anymore.
Oh, there's a lot of dead satellites.
90% of it are satellites that don't even work anymore. The very few that are working still, well,
hopping
if
around.
there are any satellites, we're all in low Earth orbit here. Not that one. They want you to pick a big one. So you believe, right? You give me that one. That's a low Earth orbit. Low Earth orbit. Low Earth orbit. I know you understand. AI Pioneer, that's what I'm trying to show you guys. If it is real, how the heck do you get out of that? Well, that's basically a barbed wire fence that we created with things that we're tracking. I mean, you'd have to be the best shot in the world to get a rocket out of low Earth orbit right now. If these are all, and they are all, every one of them is something that we're tracking. And there are literally tens of thousands of them. And remember, they're moving at 10 to 20,000, 25,000 miles an hour. So if you do get struck by one of these while you're flying back and forth to the fake space station, why doesn't the space station take one of these? You go right through it at 17,000 miles an hour because they go in every direction. So they got so much crap here, and they're telling you everything I'm hitting here. They've got a damn NORAD number for it, the country of origin, when it was launched, 2013, 7 p.m. The whole thing is a shit show. And this is probably what they're dealing with right now, all the junk that they put in 35 years. The space station has been operating. It's always stayed in an orbit of 190, which I believe is 150, to 250, which they call it as 33.0. So everyone's in on the joke, right? But it really, look, space station really works exactly where I told you it did. But shit, when you look at it, let me say this. You can look at a 747 jumbo jet at 35,000 feet, which is about 7 miles. It looks like a little speck. But when this tiny little space station goes over you, instead of at 6 miles, it's at 250 miles. The thing looks huge above you. What if it's nowhere near 250 miles? What if it's at 12 miles, 80,000 feet? But that said, would you guys rather cover, we're going to do another live here, would y'all rather cover today's space weather? Or would y'all rather cover today's volcano and earthquake activity, some PM 2.5? Y'all let me know. I also want to show y'all, please subscribe to my website here. It's called Dancing Rabbits. I'll give you the actual link. And this is our newest. I don't like it. It trips me out. But we're going to go ahead and take a look at it quick. I don't know if there's. I don't think there's. There is. I want you to pay attention to your breath. Let me. This is self-hypnotic. Sure. How you hypnotize yourself. Breathe deeply in your head. In and out. In and out. As you breathe deeply, you will feel your breath slow down. Slow down. It will slow down.
mantra and repeat it to yourself. And as you repeat it, it will get slower and slower as you repeat it. Om. Om. Guys, it's just getting started. Only 14 videos. Some are 1 hour long. Some are 8 hours long. Some are 4 hours long. Some are 3 hours long. Some are 8 hours long. 4, 6 hours, 10 hours. I'll show you one more. Please subscribe to this channel. I'll do the audio real quick. All right, so please subscribe. I'm going to give you all this URL up here. Again, every week we're going to drop 2 more videos. Okay. We're going to do space weather. So everybody wanted to do space weather. And this is Dancing with Rabbits. I'd really appreciate if anyone would subscribe here, guys. This is one of my favorites. I'm going to play it real quick on our way out. We're going to be right back with space weather. I want you guys to ask me, please, to subscribe.
God doesn't care if you're mad and angry. He wants you to talk either way. So I got down on my knees.
Have you observed how a lot of people, unbelievers and Christians alike, now flaunt their results around? Show and competition, rather than a testimony or active encouragement to other Christians who are still waiting on God. Jealousy and envy are being ignited in the hearts of many because they seem not to understand why they're not obtaining visible results just like others. If you are in that state right now and you keep asking God, Lord, when will it be my turn? Or have I missed it? I need you to know that God is still on board. He has not forgotten you. Do not let the public display of the blessings of others weigh you down, because God will not let what He has destined for you to pass you by. Lamentations 3:25-26 says, "The Lord is good to those whose hope is in Him. To the one who seeks Him, it is good to wait patiently for the salvation of the Lord." I am prompted to ask you, is your hope still on God? Do you still seek Him, or have you given up on Him? I know it can be really hard to hold on when it seems like He is never going to show up. Many of us have been there. I know how it feels when you hear about the testimonies of others and the fulfillment of God's promises to them, and you feel as though that's exactly what God promised me. Did He give it to someone else? Did I get it wrong somewhere? Keep calm. Be still. You've done nothing wrong. No, not at all. God has not given your miracle to someone else. The time may not yet be right. The time may seem perfect to you, but not to God. Sometimes God has to hold on so you can learn to trust His timing. If you are being tried for your patience and love for God through this period of delay, Wait patiently for the answer and miracle for which you've been praying. Beloved, for what have you been believing God? A child? A promotion? A financial breakthrough? A spouse? You name it. He will never let them miss you. God will always deliver in His time. If there is a verse in the Bible that talks about your specific need, I need you to continually read it in faith and remind yourself of it at all times.
This interview left me speechless. It's bigger than natural selection and the theory of relativity.
I believe this is the most sensational information to ever appear on planet Earth.
What you will hear is really the most amazing talk that has ever been heard.
So, I don't care what you're doing, you need to stop and listen to this interview.
When I saw the interview, the way he put it and the science that was presented, a light bulb instantly went off, and I was like, oh wow, that's the answer. That's the absolute answer.
Because biologist Jeremy Griffin has actually decoded the human species. He finally made sense of our whole bewildering human condition.
But hallelujah. Someone has explained this.
When I watched the interview, my mind was blown away.
As a child of your earthly parents, did you ever have to cry about your needs not being met? In the same way, God is not ready to deny you your rights as His child. It's not a question of whether or not God will do it. It's a question of you being ready to receive from Him. When you are carried away by comparison, grumbling, and complaining, you will really notice the presence of God in your life. And when He comes to your long way blessing, He will lead you to His. There is a citation I once heard that says, if God is blessing your neighbor, you should rejoice because it shows He is in your neighborhood. Get up from the ashes of depression and grumbling. Shake off the fading hopes and go serve the Lord with all your heart. You will do your heart. This was the case with Elizabeth and Zechariah, the parents of John the Baptist. They were old and without a child. I believe they had lost count of how many couples God had blessed with kids after marriage. Yet, they kept serving faithfully in the house of God. When it was time, a child came, irrespective of their age. Do not know how many people are helping you keep track of time and seasons, pestering you that you may have missed it. But I have good news for you. Even if you did miss it, God can restore you. He has promised that He will not let you down. Psalm 34:5 says, those who look to Him are radiant. Their faces are never covered with shame. Beloved, keep on looking unto God with what's yours. We serve a God that is too
Yeah, it's a good picture. Targeted justice. Wow, it shows that all these people that are using technology. I'm just trying to find something in my playlist. No, other people are putting it in. Oh my god. It's getting more and more interesting. The program shows that this is not a lens flare. It is more a big object. Oh, come on. Let me just have a play.
Okay, so, like, as y'all can see, this is the outside. I was looking, I'm like, am I tripping? I saw the glare from the window. I'm like, okay, what is it? Because that's the sun. So what is that?
They're putting Project Blue Beam in the sky.
What is that? Is that the sun?
This is on Facebook.
I can see it clear as fucking day with my eyes. Like, I look at the sun all the time. And I was like, damn, am I just seeing something because I'm staring at the sun right now? But no, like.
Oh my leg. I can't see.
What the fuck is that? See, yeah, look, that little glare. That's a glare. That.
3 o'clock position. Someone's got a picture of this so-called
What the fuck is it?
additional Negro to the sun. Let's have a look at the next one.
Okay, so, like, as y'all can see, this is the outside. I was looking through my window and I'm like, am I tripping? I saw this glare, but I'm like, maybe it's the window. And then I seen this. I'm like, okay, what is it? Because that's the sun.
Keep busy.
Okay, so.
So many people put so many funny things on Facebook. Do you see it now? What? There's so much deception around some bloody people. Right, anyway. Artificial intelligence now. Can't hear a bloody thing. Well, I can't hear anything. Like hacking my devices. I'll give up on that. Let's try this. See my plans. Right, I'm going to play this reptilian that's in the wrong one. Richard Bruce. Let's play that.
The dread system of feeding off of us like cattle going. They wouldn't be coming out and telling us about this if they were in favor of it. Okay, that's my opinion, because they can get in trouble, they can get killed. They're not doing this for their health and for their fame. They're doing this because they're whistleblowers. They want to do what's right. They want to come out. They want to expose this. And I think what, in my opinion, in my personal opinion, what Joseph Powell has done is nothing short of heroic. By coming out and saying this, and I don't know him personally, and I don't know what kind of person. I know a lot of people are going to say, "Wait a minute, this guy's talking about how he did some of these pretty dark things. But remember, these children are abducted and they're forced to do it. Otherwise, they're told they'll be killed. They'll watch somebody die, and then the rest of the kids are like, and if you were in that situation, you would do it too. And once you're in it and you're scared to death, and you have to keep doing it, the ball rolls. And that's how they know they get these people in these programs. But that doesn't mean you have to stay in it. It doesn't mean you have to approve of it. And so a lot of these people come out, and I think like people like James Rank and a lot of other people have bravely come out and talk about this. And this is the only way that we find out this information.
Let's have a look. Space Out Radio. Uncle, yeah, actually. Might help me sleep. People listening in. Uncle. That's about it, right? No, I'm not sure how I can do a dodgy line. I said, oh, yeah, I used to watch a lot of this stuff about the history of Peru. Oh, bloody foot. I must have misspelled it. It's ironic they got similar things they're putting out today, yesterday, 11 months ago, same sort of news items. Anyway, let's have a look at that link. It's open now, is it? Was it fixed? Yeah, post it in the chat. Or see if I can open it up. Leave Sin 6. Yeah, AI. Yeah, I was looking at that, just looking for something else to hack in my phone. Oh, my bloody leg. What was it? Uncle? Is that capital letters? Oh, let's try that. It's amazing the time difference, isn't it? Oh, I've got some ice pack on it. Well, damp thing on my leg, and it's painful. Uncle, what's it? Uncle. Yeah. I do. Oh, come on. Don't bloody look for it now because my bloody leg is killing me. I keep hacking my effing phone. Yeah, that's about it, right? What's that concept being?
tienen la mejor defensa. Recuerden cambiar la calidad del video en su canal de YouTube a 1080. Estos son los tactos.
They're using a telescope.
Me dijo que ya los verá. Llevo 41, una encuesta de YouTube.
What language is that?
Cuando se ríen bastante es porque han tomado bastante esa vibra encima.
Plasma, some people put in.
Es muy poderosa.
That's interesting.
Bueno, ya estamos en horario adulto ya.
Skywatchers, Starseed. Wow, what a coincidence,
Oye,
¿no?
el otro día murió uno de los fundadores de los Vikings 5 acá en...
Scotia's Instagram, that's the link. TIOBN. Wow, look at this. Investigation. Science website. Now, this is interesting. Wow. It's got some really good pictures. Now that is worth. Ah, look what he's caught. Wow, wow, wow. Look what he's done. Ah, he's caught it. Look at that. That's not a space balloon. Look at that. Thanks for the link. That is really interesting. Oh, look at those jets. They're chasing after it. There's two jets chasing after it. They don't catch it. They miss it. Look, and that object's firing something down at it. Wow. Chinese ball, spy ball, they call it. Chinese balloon. Oh my goodness me, people are smart, aren't they?
Globo espía chino. Estados Unidos rastrea dispositivo de ovnis en Chile. Dos amigos registraron como un grupo de luces de...
Yes. Oh, he's caught some really good comets. What else is the caught?
¿Por qué el cometa C 2022-E3 es de color verde?
I can't understand what he's saying, but... 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4 objects. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. No, that's not balloons. I want to see translation. Starlink. Wow. That was really interesting. Starseed. Oh my gosh. Really, really intriguing. Okay, that's it. Thanks for that. Oh, I've got to keep live while I try and sleep shortly. The hot drink trying to settle down. It must have a really good telescope. I found it now. I'll go back to my channel now because I can't move it.
Here it is. Hey guys, I wanted to let you know that I'm going to be okay because I did that last video. Put the last video on private, but my allergy attack, my esophagus hurts. Anita was right when she said I should go to the hospital. I should have went. You know why? Because now I have my esophagus started to close up and it's extremely painful to swallow. But I'm going to be okay. And I didn't want to leave off with Andrea and Anita and Brenda. Who else did I talk to? I didn't want to leave off with you ladies worrying about me. So thank you to Anita Sweet, Andrea T. It's always great to see her. I don't get to see her as often. Anita, you know, next time I have an allergy attack, I am out. Next time I have an allergy attack, I am out.
Okay. Oh my gosh, did it? Post one on Instagram. Thank you. Ow. Ow. Every time I've got ice on wet thing on my foot, my leg, it's painful. I'm sure I bloody cracked the bone. Oh. what happened to my leg? What do you mean? Used to be a Freemason and postdoc at kind of. Oh my god, really? You follow a guy, what's he called again? Is it possible? Let me have a look. I think I spelled it right. Might not. No, misspelled it. Blue Star Kachina. Aha! You too know about it. Wow. Yes, that's it. Alright, I'm trying to find the Instagram thing. FAIS. I can't even think now. Excuse me. Oh, that was a woman in America. Oh, she means well. I followed her for a long time. Ow. Ow. Bear with me, my leg's really painful. Oh, I'm getting radiated in my bloody ears. Why do they always do it at night? Oh. Yeah, she's Holly Baglio, whatever she's called. And she streams all the time. Basically about her life. She means well. She a survivor too of the My Labs. Oh, I'm in agony. Jesus. Yeah. She gets alters, so she remembers. You don't see the alters coming out. She claims she's underground and in cages, and she knows she relates to Matt Spires. I can't lean over to screen share because I ain't got the energy on my laptop. It's too much strain in my body. Yeah, and another day I'll do a stream and show a channel. Not very good at posting links myself. Yeah, I think she's in New Jersey, and she occasionally does what I used to do, but haven't done for a long time. She used to do Speaker, which is like a broadcast app. So, and talking about her experiences and remembering them. And she used to do drawings of what she remembers being in the underground dumps, military dumps. She doesn't really cover, she does occasionally cover the subject reptilians. But I think she keeps it more on talking about scriptures and the Bible more because her audience is more spiritual and are survivors of abuse. So I think she focuses mainly for audience on her interactions and talking spiritually. But I caught her out one day. So I'm a bit more skeptical on her. You got to be careful. Anybody could be anybody. I wouldn't do what she's doing. I mean, she's brave. She means well. She seems to mean well. She's not a real TI. She's not targeted at all. I can tell that. She would get badly hacked and wouldn't be able to stream as much as she's doing, let alone on a mobile. She would get the home invasions. She'll get self-damage. She'll get set up. She wouldn't be able to have a car. And she does a lot of the streams to get a lot of money, really. Sadly, with each to their own, it's their business. But it gives a wrong impression. I would never do that, despite what I need. I would never ask anybody for anything. No. You know, so that's what TikTok does. A lot of it as well. A lot of it is about people getting coins and making money. I'm not about that. So I just balance my books best I can, like anybody. Anyway, and she shows in her stream, she's doing it so it shows around her home, like personal stuff. But she doesn't show the outside part, so you can't really tell where she lives, which I always wondered how she's remaining safe online, because anybody can suss out where you live. Just I don't care anymore, because powers that be know where I am. But you just never know who's online. She did really mean well until I had a gut feeling about her when I saw this guy called Brian Chu visiting her. And I did put in a chat one time, I said, how do you know him? How did you get his contact? How did you persuade him to come all the way over to your place in New Jersey? Because the last couple of streams, because this guy was traveling around the world claiming he was tortured, right? Claiming he used to be a contractor for the companies that were making all this technology. And literally, which I use on targeting individuals. And you'd always see him with the latest gadgets, you know, smart gadgets. The last thing you want, if you can get away with it, is use a smart gadget. So he, that Brian too, you would see him do what I used to do. Well, in a minute I'll try to doze off and all you'll hear, I might have to just close the stream down in a minute and restart up another one. Quickly just start saying RM sleep control or something. Just so I can pick up any noises, any sounds or anything. But this time of morning now, who knows? I don't like having the Wi-Fi on because, you know, all the signals travel, don't they? And yeah, so about her, and she had him in her home when a few of the streams kept saying, I will never have a bird in my home. There's so much drama going on in the streams and stuff. It didn't seem to be as genuine as it portrayed to be. So, and then, as I said, I commented, I said, oh, that's interesting. How did you get Brian Chu in your personal home? And There was a couple little things she's let slip in her life, and I watched the body language and I could see right through it, if that makes any sense. And for some reason and somehow, you don't know what really went on. Did she pay him to turn up her home to get, she claimed it is to get information of the targeted and down stalking program. She could either do that on the phone or Skype him or do a Zoom message on a computer. Not to come all the way personally to her home. So something didn't sit right with me with that situation. It's not my business. But for her to portray that live on the stream to the public domain, it did not sit right. Portray that to other people who didn't pick up the connection between the two. I had already. So she evaded that inquiry. And when she brought it up again, I reposted a rephrase, a comment, and just to query, oh, how is he and how are you? How did you get on and how was your interaction? And I did specifically put my link in there to help her basically on the gun stalking subject. She ignored it. So yeah, that was just her having a, unfortunately, like anybody, I don't know if she lives by any towers or radiation or 5G or whatever. It sounds like if you're a smoker or something, she might have some gland problems or something. That's what she's on about. But I've missed her lives because it just bores me now. There's no real inspiration since I saw that last time. And the last video I saw, it was a shame really, because 1 minute she lost a really lovely dog and a cat, and then like not long after she said, I'm never going to get another dog or cat. It's all my life. It's like making a big drama scene of it all on all the live shows. And then short while after, what she do? Get a new cat and dog. It's contradicting itself. You know, she's contradicting herself. And she didn't seem to be genuine about experiences after all. So, just detail enough, if you know what I mean. And yeah, so each to their own, you know. So it just popped up. I don't know how that popped up, but anyway, there you go. So I was just trying to get Richard Bruce on. There was another guy called James who talked specifically about the different species on reptilian, and I find that very helpful at this time of night. Morning now, when they usually use the portals and do what they do to me. It's demonic. That's why I say I'm getting tortured on my body. Why they always bloody go for my feet. Makes you wonder they've got a foot fetish. Bloody demons, I tell you. Right. I'll play this in the background while I try and get some sleep. Love to talk to you. And if this gets blocked after, you know why? Because they won't want me to play. I always get blocked or somebody flags this. channel up or some video up, and they say you violated something or other. That's what they usually do to my channels. And it usually puts me out of action in a couple of weeks. I've got 2 backup channels just in case. But I've got different platforms too. Anyway, I don't know what the time difference is over in America, but here it is quite late now. So, right, Richard Bruce, let's find you. I've got it in a different channel, so I'll put it on this one. Mo disappeared, my moderator. Right, here we go. The Overlords it's called.
This interview left me speechless. It's bigger than natural selection and the theory of relativity.
I believe this is
Again, not unusual for negative emotions in particular. Essentially kinds, if one wants to break it down. There are the extraterrestrial reptilians who literally come here from other worlds within our cosmos, within our
I'll put the name in the chat.
They come here in spaceships, or they can come here in stargates. There's also interdimensional reptilians who spend most of their time, if you will, and time is the most relative of concepts, in what David Icke would call the lower fourth dimension. They're essentially interdimensional. They exist beyond time. They have a number of ways to insinuate themselves and influence our physical 3D reality, which I'll get into. And another group of reptilians are subterrestrial. They have lived here all along. They reside in deep underground caverns. And there are a number of civilizations beneath the surface of the earth, not just reptilians. And they live in these large underground cavern systems, and some of them are quite technologically adept. But they are not mutually exclusive. Some reptilians fall into all 3 categories. They're extraterrestrial, they've established underground installations, and they are also interdimensional, because some reptilians are masters of frequency and resonance. They can alter their density. They can be invisible in the visible spectrum, but they can still leave an impression of weight on a solid object like a mattress or a shag carpet or on a sofa. One cannot see them, or most people cannot see them, but they can see the weight that the entity is exerting on the surface. Now, we just saw somebody, Ellis, here give a lecture. Ellis is an example of someone who can see these entities. So that must be understood by Ellis.
Aquarius you are. I'm Libra. I've just been in astronomy. Okay. I'm gonna reset up a new stream. Okay, take care. I'm meant to be balanced. I'm meant to be well balanced. The scales, that is. Perhaps you can do my star chart. Yeah. You can read up about Libra. The stubborn bit comes from my mother's side. The justice bit is quite true about me. Yeah, I got my star chart done in 1998. Wow. And it said this time of my life. Yeah, it's quite true what it predicted. So I'm living it now. Do I know my life path? Life, what's that? Life path. Is that meant to be number? N-U-M-B-E-R, what's that? Number. What's that meant to mean then in astronomy? Don't know that. I used to do astronomy, just learn about it, but I didn't follow it through. Or the combinations. Actually, it's ironic actually. My birth I was apparently born either 2 days after or 2 days before. It's meant to be what it's claimed to his date of birth when he was born all those centuries ago. And then my son, when he was born, he's a Libra. So he was born the October. But my daughter, my adult daughter, who don't speak to me, was born in December. She was meant to be a January baby, but she was born 4 weeks earlier, premature. Life path number is similar to your sun sign in astronomy. It reveals your identity, including strengths, weaknesses, and talents, and ambitions. Your life plan number also exposes the tone of your experiences. Oh, right. And why events occur, the past, present, and the future. Search your life plan number on the life plan number calculator. I didn't even know there's such a thing. Well, that's something new. Okay, for now I'm going to close this one down and restart one up when I'm sleeping. So I don't know what time difference is. If you hear it, you'll hear them attacking me during my sleep. You know what I mean by that subject, which I can't mention too much about now. So for now, I'm closing this down, okay?